All right, guys. Round two here. Sunday afternoon, Miami, Florida. Fort Lauderdale, I guess. Let's talk Torah. Let's talk religion. This is a pretty cool platform. We're able to interact with new people all the time. Let them know. The problem with YouTube, it's kind of hard to get people who don't already think like you on board. Like this, everyone hops on, get the discussion done, move on to the next one. Right? This is awesome platform. I've been trying to do debates, religious debates, for many years. I've done a lot of religious debates, but it's always hard to set up, this and that. Like this, people could hop on. I'm telling you, TikTok has made more theologians than anything. Right? And I've never been impressed with the title scholar or PhD. I've debated a bunch of PhDs. They don't know anything. Right? Well, compared to people who actually live in the Word. The Word, I guess Jews don't use that terminology a lot. But people who are here daily sharpening themselves with other people on this app, debating this and that. This is like the best workout. Yeah, don't think that if you don't have a doctor of divinity or a PhD that you can't compete, which is why nowadays in this climate, the word scholar means nothing. When someone says, oh, well, this person's a scholar, I'm like, then what are you? I mean, you're a scholar also. Only because someone's published the paper or has a degree doesn't mean they're knowledgeable in religion. And I'll put that to the test anytime. So it's very overrated. The term scholar should just mean someone who's scholarly, not because someone has a degree. In the vast majority of cases, they don't know more than someone who really devotes their life to this stuff. So anyways, that being said, guys, like and follow. Let's get these numbers up and bring all your haters on. And yeah, the topic's the same. I guess till I come up with a new background picture. I did change it. See all that stuff I added? Oh, there we go. Some people are complaining that the bottom part sort of cuts off the text. But I'm kind of limited in real estate here. I guess maybe I should fill in where the heads pop in, like the avatars. If you're watching this on YouTube, once it's already posted, you won't notice, stuff on the right here. But when someone hops on the other, like on the regular TikTok app, it shows their avatar there, their whatever placeholder picture, their video on the right. So but I guess I could put something there for the meantime. Get the word out. So yeah, Judaism's better. Let's talk about it. Muslims, atheists, Jews in particular. They're my biggest haters for some reason. There's tons of Jews who follow me, but there's the vocal bunch are all here on TikTok, I guess, or anti-me, and they're like surprised to hear all this stuff, which shows they haven't really studied it much. What I teach is not against Jewish law. It's not against Judaism, if that's how you're going to define Jewish law or Judaism with what's in the Torah or what's in halakha. But I guess it's the proselytizing that kind of rubs people the wrong way. So let's see, guys, let's get these numbers up and hop on and let's dialogue. I asked someone this morning I asked people this morning to let me know if this show has encouraged you to look into Judaism. And some people said, yeah. I assume I'm making a dent, but it's nice when I see it. So yeah. No, it's not encouraging you to become Jewish. Israelis should mix races with Palestinians to stop the violence. I think that Israelis should offer them these are, for the most part, religious people who have been radicalized. Just offer them Judaism. And they could be as radical as you want for Israel. Let's see. Yosef Frugal. Wow. A frum name. I thought you weren't supposed to encourage people to convert. Well, you are mistaken. Nothing in Judaism says we're not allowed to encourage people to convert. I guess to use a Yiddish word is a baba maisa. Alon, привет, товарищ. Как дела? All right, we have the first guest of the hour. Two guests. Oh, actually, one guess. All right.
How's it going, good sir?
Hi, how's it going?
Good, good. I just had a few questions, I guess. I've been
Sure.
kind of doing a lot of studying in the Bible lately. Um, what do you guys do with like Micah 1:8 when it tells about the Messiah being born in Bethlehem? You know, prophecies and stuff that all point to Jesus. Out of curiosity, I just never
Um,
knew from a Jewish perspective. I mean, how they could do all that, and he was fulfilling the Passover, being crucified on the Passover, and all that kind of stuff. I mean, where do you
so
place
that's a
that kind of stuff?
Christian. That's a Christian understanding of prophecy. We don't view that as a prophecy. That verse in Micah is talking about King David. That's where King David's born, also Bethlehem. Why should we assume that it's talking about the Messiah? Also, where does it say that the Passover had to be fulfilled? But the New Testament, right? Virtually all these things are not prophecies. They either occurred or expired. These hyperbolic, poetic, symbolic statements that appear in the prophets. But yeah, and only because someone told you it was a prophecy doesn't mean that Jewish people felt it was something to look forward to, right? It's depicting King David's birthplace. Why should we assume that the Messiah was to be born in Bethlehem? Yeah, I don't know.
Well, what about the Magi that were looking for the Messiah being born? And you know why the Magi, did you understand why the Magi would even be looking for him from the Babylonian Empire? Because Daniel was there, and when he was basically second in command, he was in charge of all the Magi, and he's the one that told them about the prophecy also of the Messiah coming and schooled them and all that. And that's the only reason. That's why they're outside of the Jewish culture. And the
So that's a
Babylonian,
Catholic tradition, by the way. That's
what's
only a
that?
Catholic, that's only a Catholic tradition. That's not historical. That
Uh,
the
but
reason
it
the
is.
Magi or these individuals came from the East, it's because they were students of Daniel. It doesn't say that.
Well, why do you think they came from the east then if they were from Babylonian heritage and Daniel was second in charge of that? And written before 500 BC, approximately, Daniel was written, which was way before 500 years before Christ's birth. So they would have known that, carried on that tradition to even tell about that, and that's why the Magi came.
I'm pretty sure the book of Daniel was written maybe 200 years before Jesus. You're saying
Well,
that historically it may have occurred because the Israelites were brought out of Babylon in 586, I believe. So that's around almost 600 years till the birth of Jesus. But that doesn't mean that that's when that book was written. And you are talking about almost 600 years to assume, because it's just an assumption, that the Magi were the students of Daniel. I mean, you can believe that, but it's just we don't have like proof for that.
yeah, well, historically, there are, you're right, there's two debates about when Daniel's written. I actually believe the first, 8 chapters to, I think, with the writing and the way translations were and stuff, were probably in the 500 to 600 years BC. And then the other second half was in the 200
I mean, it
BC.
doesn't
I
really
mean, that's,
matter when it's written. I mean, it doesn't
yeah.
make it any more. I mean, it doesn't point to the idea that the Magi, first of all, this idea that if Daniel is an Israelite in a covenant with God, and he's still gonna have these Persians walking around who clearly do not identify as like with Israel or keeping the covenant to in some way speak for him to locate the Messiah via astronomy, right? Right, because they had this understanding that they were looking for a star, but where does it say that it's? I mean, Ein Mazel Israel. We say that there's that constellations have nothing to say to Israel. At least this is the rabbinic understanding. I know you believe that, but it's hard to thrust it upon somebody else when it's just hearsay.
I get you. What are you familiar at all with Bible codes? I'm curious. Could you do believe in obviously the Old Testament, the Tanakh, correct? I mean, as a
Yeah.
Jewish,
So the Bible codes have been disproven.
by who? You can do it. I've written them out. You can do it by yourself. Pull them right out of my hand. When it says Torah, for Genesis and Exodus, you can go to the first chapter. You count over till you get a T, and then you count.
Oh, we lost
I'm
you.
sorry, had a phone
Yeah,
call.
sure. Yeah, so they've been disproven in the sense
I'm
that.
sorry, had a phone call.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah,
Let
so
me
they've
see.
been disproven in the sense that. I'm sorry, had a phone
Oh,
call.
you may have to go out and
Yeah,
come
so
back
they've been
in.
disproven in the sense that.
Yeah, yeah. So for those out there, yeah, the Bible codes have been disproven. The computers that people used to do Bible codes, because people didn't do them by hand, they plugged in other books translated into Hebrew, like War and Peace and Moby Dick, and they found similar codes. And there's a lot of people who came to religion on the basis of this numerology and dropped religion. So hold on, I guess I got to repeat it for when the guy gets on.
Here we go. Sorry about that. I got a call come in.
So it was disproven because these codes were determined by computer. That's how, I mean, the average person didn't walk around. I think in the Omega code, there was a clip that there's like a rabbi figuring out codes. No, well, they used computers, but they plugged in Moby Dick, they plugged in War and Peace, Hebrew books. They even plugged in the Septuagint and the New Testament, and they found all codes in there also. The problem is many people came to religion because of this system and then dropped it because of the system. So, yeah.
Okay, well, I would, due to AI, I guess anybody can do it now, so this is going to actually prove you wrong. Every book in Revelations, actually, if you keep every seventh letter, including punctuation, and you can actually does it in all three languages. You can do a base, so if you want to try it, AI, I've shut down 8 different AIs because they don't want to do it, and they tell you not to and say they're not supposed to get in religious text. And they didn't do it initially when I first started the process. Every one of them spit it out. But you can handwrite it easily in Revelation chapter 13, keep every seventh letter, and just start writing it out, including punctuation and spaces, and it gives an overview of each chapter. And so everybody's going to be able to do this. I mean, anybody can go to my page and try it and see exactly how it does it. And they give us the odds, and the odds are a number with 1 in 500 zeros behind it. So that's every atom in the known universe is a number with 1 in 80 zeros behind it.
No, I get it. So, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to take my time to do that, but it doesn't make or break anything. Even if in the books of the prophets, it told me that Jesus is the Messiah and I have to look towards him for salvation and all this stuff, I would gladly disobey because the Torah says, don't add or take away from essentially what you're required to believe. The job of the prophet is only there to point you back to the Torah. Any prophet that institutes anything new, I guess he fell off again, has to be taken out and stoned because they're adding, it's a thing. In Hebrew, we call it being a Baal Tosif. What?
I said that's correct. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, thank you for your validation. Puerto Rican guy validates you, it's for real. Eveda, veda. Right, is it? No, emela, vela.
Emela.
All right, we got Herzl in the house.
Hey, Asher, just a quick hint thing to help you out real quick. This thing that you have that's running perpendicular to your text, the one that says, yes, I'm an Orthodox.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to read the comments because it's white on white. So some of the comments are getting, just for your own.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm limited to real estate space here, so right. as maybe, I don't know.
I'm just for your own, because it's hard to maybe get all the comments people.
Yeah, no, there's a portion on top that it is black, so people could read it. They just have to, yeah, but thank you. Like noted. If you want, I can make you a background too. And,
no, it's okay. I just wanted it so it's more readable for you and for the people watching. Also to the guy before about the Bible code and you skipping punctuation and spaces. There was no punctuation in the originally written books. Punctuation was added later. So when you start adding punctuation, you're talking about the additions that man made. So if you do that with the original, I don't know that it works out as quite the way he says, but whatever. It's looking for things to try to confirm your original bias. That's all.
Yeah, but if you skip every red letter, okay. No, there's no red letters in the original Bible. Although there should be, by the way. I mean, there should be red letters like in the Chumash, so when God's speaking and Moses is speaking. But anyone who wants to run with that and make $10.
First, I have a question. What are the theological beliefs in Judaism?
Okay, so Judaism typically means what Jewish religious people believe. Okay, it's not necessarily what the Torah teaches. And I say that because I don't want to hijack Judaism with my personal beliefs. The consensus nowadays is that there's 13 principles of faith brought down by Maimonides, right? He didn't invent them. He sort of took them from a portion in the Talmud where belief is discussed. And I'm not convinced of all of them. There's many rabbis who attacked Maimonides for trying to set up some standard, but I would say that's what most Jews believe. And it's like reward and punishment, that the Torah is written by Moses, that we await the coming of the Messiah, that we believe in the resurrection of the dead. Yeah, I mean, I can find it for you. Hold on. I mean, it's called 13 Principles of Faith in Judaism. For me, and I think but most academics, for you to believe, or for you to be required to believe something, it has to come directly from God. For you to be required to do something, it comes either from God or the judges, because that's what the Torah says, that in all areas of dispute, you go to the place that God chooses, and that's what we call the oral law. The judges, the rabbis, i.e., give us that law. But they don't have any power over belief. So being that the resurrection of the dead is not in the Torah, being that the notion of the Messiah is not in the Torah, heaven and hell is not in the Torah, you can't require someone to believe that. So the Rambam's language is kind of disturbing, because he's basically saying that you're not even part of Israel if you don't believe these things. So the Rambam's been corrected many times in the past, but I'm just letting you know what most religious Jews believe. So let's see. 13 Principles of Faith. And it goes, the 13 Principles of Faith. So the first principle is that the belief in the existence of the Creator, who is perfect in every manner of existence and is the primary cause of all that exists. You see how he's bringing in like Platonic and Aristotelian thought at the outset? It's not cool. The second one is the belief in God.
I agree with it, to be honest.
No, right.
I agree with that first one.
I agree with that also. However, when you say it's a principle, and at the same time you say that anyone who doesn't believe in it is not Israel, when the Torah doesn't really explicitly say this, then that's a problem. The second one is the belief in God's absolute and unparalleled unity. Again, the Rambam was Salah ad-Din's personal physician. Okay, he knew what the censors were thinking when he thought these things. So I believe that Islam invented cannibalistic monotheism. That means it's an unhealthy way to dissect God philosophically. And this is why he's given this over as a standard.
What do you mean by that, by the way? I don't really get that.
Okay. Even Muslims, if they're honest, will acknowledge that Christians are not necessarily idolaters. What they practice is shirk. That means there's a partnership in the Godhead. Not that they're worshiping Baal or Dagon or like one of the biblical other gods, right? So that's more of a confusion, like a less sophisticated philosophical idea instead of straight out idolatry. In Hebrew, it's like avodat elilim. You're worshiping other gods, right? But when they're trying to make their point, they're saying you worship three different gods, and you don't believe in the God of the Bible or something like that. And so here he's setting down this principle that you have to believe in God's absolute and unparalleled unity. This doesn't appear in the Torah. In the Torah, it does say that God is one, but it doesn't anywhere teach that if someone has some sort of idea that God is one, but it's kind of complex, meaning that there's like a few in one or something like that, that is in some way the antithesis of the message of the Torah. It just doesn't say that.
But
for
it
us
doesn't
to throw
indicate
so many...
that that's possible, though. It doesn't indicate. It just states that God is one and end of it. I think it'd be bad from the very little knowledge I have of the Torah. I think it would be bad to then say that, well, God could have, he could be 3 in 1, he could be 5 in 1. Like, if God just says he's one, then he's one. That's my personal opinion.
I'm not trying to say that it's a valid argument. However, it's hard for me to believe that God is going to punish someone for taking the Bible literally. In terms of God being represented even by angels, there's many times in the Torah that an angel appears to man, and then it's actually God himself, at least in the literal text. So,
do you believe that, by the way, as a Jew?
Huh?
Do you believe that God himself came to people?
I believe what it says in the text. Okay. I think the idea is a little philosophically primitive if you take it literally. So Maimonides will come and say that it's figurative. It only happened in a dream. God can't limit himself like that. I get that. But if I would take that as an absolute standard, then I'm automatically worshiping someone else that's not in the Bible. Because then it's me injecting my own idea, my own reason. So
I'll
only
agree
because,
with. Fair enough.
yeah, so only because someone is not sophisticated enough to see all this nuance doesn't mean that they're liable to death penalty, which is essentially what an idolater would be liable for. All right, so the third principle is the belief in God's non-corporality, nor that he will be affected by any physical occurrences such as movement or rest or dwelling. So again, these are attempts to say that we can't limit God. I get that. How did it become a principle of the faith? This is why people had an issue with it. The fourth is the belief in God's eternity. The fifth is the imperative to worship God exclusively and no foreign false gods. That's a given. The sixth is the belief that God communicates with man through prophecy. The seventh is the belief in the primacy of the prophecy of Moses, our teacher. The eighth is the belief in the divine origin of the Torah. The ninth is the belief in the immutability of the Torah. The 10th is the belief in God's omniscience and providence. 11th, the belief in divine reward and retribution. 12, the belief in the arrival of the Messiah and the Messianic era. And 13 is the belief in the resurrection of the dead.
That
So,
is very similar to Islam.
yeah, no, Islam is an offshoot of Judaism, for sure. Absolutely. I mean, so is Christianity, but yeah.
To a less extent. But yeah, that's really interesting.
Okay, can I ask a
actually know
question here?
nothing about Judaism. That was really nice to learn.
Okay, no problem. All right, so what's up, bro? What's the question?
Yeah, I just
Okay,
came above because
question I
I
have
hear
to
Oh,
ask
Jews.
is,
wait. Hold on.
is
Let's
it
do
true?
Dave first.
Yeah,
Ooh,
I want to ask you a question. Is it true that the Sabbath day in Judaism can fall on any day of the week,
No,
not
that's only
just on a
one group.
Saturday?
That's one group, not within Judaism. That's called the lunar Sabbath. So the lunar Sabbath, they believe that every Rosh Chodesh, every first of the month, you count 7 days from that day, depending on when it falls. If Rosh Chodesh would fall on Tuesday, you start counting from Tuesday, and that's when the Sabbath is. No Jew, Orthodox, Reform, Conservative,
Okay,
Messianic.
so it's like a sect within Judaism.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a sect because these guys are typically all Christian, and they go out and they spot the moon for themselves. When the whole spotting of the moon is rabbinic in nature, but they don't believe in the rabbis. So, I mean, the rabbis also established a calculated calendar. So they're choosing one thing of the rabbis and dropping the other thing. So, I mean, they're just trying to be different.
Okay. Okay, I have a Christian background. So in the Bible, it was said that Jesus died a day before Sabbath, and it said that that Sabbath is a high Sabbath. So some Christians make the argument that that high Sabbath could not have been a Saturday, could be any day of the week. What do you say about that, based on your knowledge of the days of the week with respect to Sabbath?
High Sabbath. Every holiday is called a Sabbath. All right, it's called the Shabbaton. So I think the understanding is that he was killed on Friday Friday morning, because Shabbat was going to be the Sabbath before the Passover. That's why it's called, Shabbat HaGadol. Yeah, the Sabbaths before the holidays are considered like a high Sabbath. But I never heard of it being that a day during the week could be considered a high Sabbath. Is that your question?
Yes, thanks. I think you've answered it. One last question. I'm not a believer of any religion. So what's your best proof that God even exists at all?
So I don't have proof, but I have evidence. And I say that I don't believe in God because of the Torah. I believe in I don't believe in the Torah because of God. I believe in God because of the Torah. So everything I know about this God that I'm espousing is what appears in the Torah. Because the Torah works and it's given birth to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, the three most ethical belief systems this world has ever seen, that is enough proof that it's better to have it than not have it. It's better to live by it than to in some way reinvent the wheel ethically. That's the best proof for God that something other than man must have written this book, because at the time that it was written, people behaved like animals, and gods behaved different gods. They behaved worse than people. So it makes me feel that this book has to be special and written by a special person that cared for me enough to give me a higher standard to aspire to. So this in turn gets me to appreciate God and love God in return. And that's the extent of the religion that I'm peddling here.
The key thing I get from what you said, is that because at least two other religions are offshoots of the Torah, then it must be real. But don't you think that some of these other religions that are offshoots were spread by the sword? So it's not like people had options to choose. They were spread by invaders, colonialists, who went around the world invading countries, conquering them, and forcing the religions on them. So do you think that's divine evidence or just a thing of colonialism?
Yeah. Well, because more people converted to Islam by choice than ever converted by force. And don't forget, you have to judge every generation by the generation they live in. It was still an improvement to what they were actually dealing with back then. And nowadays, in the vast majority of cases, people don't spread ethical monotheism by the sword. So, I get it that when this religion first fell on the hands of primitive man had no choice but to act with it in a primitive manner. So they did the best they could with the little education and training they had. But now that we're standing on the shoulders of giants, we could see the trend that the ethical elevation that this book gave the world. So I mean, the idea that an atheist did any better, let's say, in the last 150 years,
here's the thing: it's
over 180 million
over
people.
Yet. I know we're ready.
What? Yeah.
Sorry, there's a lag. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah. In the last 150 years, over 180 million people have died in the name of secular pursuits, mainly atheistical pursuits. That's more than anyone has ever died in the name of Judaism or even Christianity. So it with the idea that you have some sort of alternative.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Yeah.
Can I correct you there?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you know the history of the world very well,
okay,
you would know that the things that the spread of religion via violence and the military invasion of countries is still on. For instance, Christian countries are still invading other countries.
Yeah, but not in the name of Jesus
right now.
We don't have Christian countries anymore.
Yeah, but they're not doing it in the name of Jesus.
There's no such thing as a Christian country. The only Christian country left is Vatican, and Vatican's not invading anybody.
Do you know that the King of England is the highest ranking officer in the Anglican Church?
And the King of England doesn't command any armies and doesn't invade anybody. It's a fallacy. What you're doing is you're assigning something to something that doesn't exist. You're equating two things that are not the same.
Okay, let me ask you, right? NATO, you know NATO? NATO is almost 98%. It's still 98% Christian countries, right?
None of the countries in NATO are Christian countries.
Yeah, they're all
0
secular.
countries in NATO are Christian countries.
Every single one is secular. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Its citizens, every single one of them is Christian. The citizens of these countries are all Christian. Majority, 90% Christian of all these countries.
Yeah, this is
and any country they invade, this is how the religion spread in the days. In the olden days, the Romans would invade other countries. Rome itself is not a Christian state, but their religion is Christianity. After the invasion, they passed Christianity and forced it on the people. So that is exactly what is happening now. And you can say about it with other religions too. So this thing we read in history.
Can you give me an example in the last century? Can you give me an example in the last century where a Western European country invaded another country and forced them to convert to Christianity?
Yeah, but that wasn't the practice of Rome either.
Who invaded Afghanistan?
And they forced somebody in Afghanistan. Hold on.
Examples.
Did United States, when they invaded Iraq or Afghanistan, did they force anybody to convert to Christianity in there?
But that's not the definition of a Christian attacking another country.
I'm just being. I'm granting him his definition of Christian country.
The definition of a Christian country attacks another is that they chant, "May God help America."
I know, but I'm being facetious. I'm just agreeing with him to give him an opportunity to prove his point, but he can't prove it because that doesn't exist. Even if Christianity even if United States is a Christian country, give me an example where after United States invaded Iraq or Afghanistan, where they converted everybody to Christianity.
That's not necessary. If they begin a war and they chant before the war goes on, they chant, "May God help America," and then go to war. They don't have to convert people to Christianity. That's a crusade.
This is a silly argument. I mean,
but that's not the point of the guy, of Dave Pun. His point was that people force conversions.
Yeah, he's claiming there's a forced conversion. That's why I'm asking for evidence.
The only people that I know as of right now that force convert.
Let me give him some education. Let me give you an example of how Christianity came to West Africa. European armies came around.
Oh, you're running away from my question.
He's talking about right now. We know what happened in West Africa. We're talking about now.
Yeah. I'm answering your question, but you're interrupting me.
Because
you don't want to learn from me, right? I can keep quiet if you want.
Everybody knows that Christianity
you are cutting me short.
Was spread by the sword by certain people. We all know this. It's not like we're not saying that that's not true. But currently, that's not what happens.
Here's what happened. The Pope, I'm telling you, it's still on. Let me prove it to you, okay?
You already know.
So when a majority, if a country is majority Christian, you say you don't want me to talk. See, I can keep quiet, okay? But if you keep
go ahead. Tell your story. Go ahead.
No. Okay, let's keep it going. I mean, let's, guys, we just can't.
I'd rather learn more about Judaism, to be honest.
Yeah. There was a very false point. He was trying to push his ideology through without bringing any evidence, and he had a very fallacious argument.
Right. All right, next. Let's go for it.
Yeah, so we Muslims, we don't have anything in common with Jews. Very little.
As a Muslim, I disagree with that.
We have a lot of common with Moses and with David and with Christians, but not with Jews.
Okay.
I am a Muslim, and I disagree with that sentence.
Yeah, you can disagree with the Quran.
That's what he believes. That's what he believes.
So the Quran says the Christians are more close to us than the Jews.
No, the Quran does not say that.
Just let him talk. Let him talk. At the end, you could rebut. Okay.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna search it up, and then you're gonna shut your mouth till I done speaking Ukraine. Wait a minute.
What did bro just say?
You're gonna shut your mouth when I'm gonna prove it to you now. Yeah, that it says in the Quran, and then you're gonna shut your mouth.
Wait,
and not interrupt me, and not interrupt me again.
All right, but what are you gonna prove? The Quran says what?
What you just denied. Wait a minute.
I didn't say that Allah says that we are the same as the Jews, but I disagree with the statement
I say
that
to
we are
you
very
in the
different.
Quran, Allah says the Christians are more close to us than the Jews. You said no.
No, I did not say no. I just said I didn't say that.
Okay, yeah. Well, again, we Muslims, we don't have major common ground with Jews, but with Christians we do.
Okay.
Why? Why? Because Christians see other human beings who are not believing, who are non-Christians as humans. They show them love in the sense that they want for those people to do good. They treat them well. They don't steal from them, and they don't lie to them. Jews, on the other hand, Jews see us Muslims and Christians as animals. Non-Jews are not human.
I think you should ask the Jewish people
Can
that.
I can I
I've seen texts.
can I make my argument, please?
Wait,
I
hold
think you
on.
should
I mean, you
ask
got to
the
get to the
Jewish
point because I'm
Just
letting you talk, but you have to get.
there's
I
no
think you
common ground.
should.
So there's no common
Doctor,
ground.
let
If
him
a Jew,
expose himself.
I think you should ask
there's
the
no
Jewish
common ground.
person that instead of stating that.
If a Jew sees us Muslims and Christians as not human being, you can lie to them, you can kill them, you can treat them.
Well, does the Quran say that? Does the Quran
No,
say
the
that
Talmud.
Jews view? Wait, hold on. I mean, does the
No, the
Quran say
Talmud
that
says
Jews
that.
view Muslims like non-humans?
No, Allah said to them that they are the chosen people, but they think they are the chosen until the day of judgment. But they are chosen in the era of Musa. That's it. Not for generations to come.
No, I got it.
So,
That I
there's
disagree
resentment
with
here.
as well,
the
because
Jews,
Allah says that. Allah says that
Don't
they are
repeat it. I
chosen.
mean, we already heard it. So you have to give us
So
a
the
chance to
Jews think they
respond.
are chosen people until the day of judgment. They are just chosen in the time of Egypt.
Okay.
That's all.
That I would disagree with as well, because Allah says that they were chosen above all the people, and then His justification for that was that He
They are
gave them
not.
prophets.
They are not chosen.
Allah
No,
says He gave them prophets.
because Allah says.
Plural.
Because Allah says
Plural.
no. Because Allah says the Muslims are the best people until the day of judgment, because they are تنهوا عن الفحشاء والمنكر.
Yeah,
So
no, that's after Muhammad, but before Muhammad, it would be them.
So there is evidence. So that is the evidence in the Quran that there were chosen people in the era of Moses, not in the era until
I got it,
today.
but don't repeat it. I mean, just let's have a dialogue.
I repeat it for him. Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying that if I don't believe that, if I don't think that animals are not that Muslims and Christians are not human and they're worse than animals, then there's really nothing wrong with me, then, right?
But then you are another Jew.
Yeah, I've seen those.
You want to argue? You want? Yeah, but you want to laugh or just hear me out?
No, because you'd have to back that up with our source material.
Nowhere in the Talmud, in the Talmud it says, in the Talmud, Bab Messiah 114, it says the Jews. The Jews are called.
Oh, all right.
Where in the Talmud does it talk about Muslims? Can you tell me? Point me to one verse in the Talmud about Muslim.
I think Goy would include Muslim.
I mean, he's very long-winded.
The Talmud was written before Islam existed, so it does not talk about Muslim. It talked about idol worshippers.
That was something else that I wanted to ask you guys.
Wait. I mean, I'm going to respond to the guy because I had to kick him out because he didn't let anyone talk. Okay, and this is just a tactic. Does the Talmud talk negatively about Gentiles? It's true. It talks negatively about certain Gentiles, not all Gentiles. We have the notion in the Talmud of righteous Gentiles. However, it's easy to claim to be all-inclusive, loving everybody, when Jews and Christians had the hard task of introducing the Bible to the world. Okay? When you have Jews and you have Christians as a majority, of course, you have a whole populace of people who are already sensitized with the Bible message. However, at the time of the Talmud, at the time of the Torah, Gentile was synonymous with barbarian. And idol worship was synonymous with unethical behavior. So, of course, at that time, you're going to separate the world between Torah keepers and non-Torah keepers. However, Islam could say, well, these people are the people of the book because they've been sensitized by our book. And the Talmud predates the Quran, the Torah predates the Quran. So from their high horse, they could say like, oh, we're so welcoming. You're welcoming because we had the hard task of civilizing the world before you even got here. So that's the difference. Now, nowadays, by the simple fact that I'm here telling you that you could convert to Judaism, so you're saying, I think you're an animal, but if you just change your behavior, i.e. drop radical Islam and convert to Judaism, then you're no longer an animal. That doesn't make me sound very bigoted, huh? You know, so it's good to ask what Jews actually believe, because I don't think you're an animal.
That's what I was going to do next. I was gonna ask you about that because I've been seeing a lot of, you know how it goes. A lot of the Talmud says this, the Talmud says that. I wanted to ask
Yo,
about
what's
that as
up,
well.
everyone?
Hi. Yeah, go ahead, ABD.
Yeah, but sorry, real quick. But Talmud, when Talmud is talking about negatively, it's talking about idol worshippers. It's not talking about Christians or Muslims.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, because Christians are never mentioned in
because
the Talmud. Muslims aren't mentioned in the Talmud. These
but can
these
you
religions didn't
prove
exist.
that when it
I can prove it. Talmud is written before Islam existed, so that's my evidence.
I get that, but what I'm trying to say is, can you prove that it's specific?
Don't you guys think after Jesus,
Gentile,
it is finished and everything is complete?
No, we're not Christian. Here, listen. It says that a Gentile, a righteous Gentile, is greater than the high priest. It says it's in the Talmud. So there's a standard for Gentiles to be considered righteous even without becoming Jewish. The idea of righteous Gentiles appear in the Talmud. I mean, if you want, I'll find you the source where it's a very popular source. I mean,
yeah, I would rather just to see the source for myself so I can,
Yeah. Okay. Just type in more righteous than high priest. And I hate this verse because it sounds like, you could be righteous by just keeping 7 Noahide laws, but this is what it teaches. Let's see. All right. So it's in Sukkah 52b is one source, but let me find one that, is more literal. High priest, Gentile. Okay, so it's Masechet Avodah Zarah, right? Avodah Zarah 3a. It says, even a Gentile who engages in the study of Torah is like a high priest. Hold on, that's one. The Torah maintains that righteous Gentiles of all the nations are as high priests. It doesn't separate the world between Jew and Gentile. It separates the world between righteous people and non-righteous people. So righteous means that you're doing the right thing. You're doing what's right. And this
What's the right thing?
It's for Gentiles is
no, for humanity. What's the right thing?
Oh well, that's what I mean. It's keeping a minimum of 7 laws. But so it shows that the bar is very low, easy. Also, the best thing is to keep all of God's commandments. But there is a bare minimum for some people who have this attraction to cheeseburgers.
Yeah. And 7 laws are kept by both Christians and Muslims, by the way.
Some people would question the Christian part because they view worshiping or following Jesus as idolatry. But yes,
are Jewish people waiting for their Messiah to come or no?
Yes, the average Jewish person is waiting for the Messiah.
Doesn't it make sense that everybody in the world knows that the Messiah did come, and it shows that you guys do reject the Messiah?
It shows only through Christian lenses.
Okay, Christian lenses, yes, because let's say that's the truth. And if you don't have the truth, you have no idea what you're talking about.
All right, so we don't use the word truth on this show because it's completely subjective. You have your truth, I have my truth. The goal is to come to a common ground and hopefully destroy what you think is truth and get you to convert to Judaism. Or vice versa.
We convert to Judaism and we still have to sit down, wait until the Messiah comes. But
no, you don't have to.
Already know that the Messiah came, fulfilled everything that he was supposed to on the dot.
Yeah, but you're preaching.
You're missing the point. Messiah is not important to Judaism.
It makes more sense that even the Muslims are rejecting it too. They say they believe Jesus, blah, blah, but they say,
maybe you should ask, instead of talking over people, ask, what does Messiah mean in Judaism and how important is Messiah in Judaism?
Chosen one.
I was going to ask.
No, is it important?
Yeah, so Messiah means
if you're looking for somebody, is it important to find the right person?
I'm not looking for anybody.
Okay, not you specifically, but someone saying the chosen one. Who is the chosen one? Somebody has to know, right?
We're not looking for chosen one. That's not the purpose of our.
For the truth is looking for the chosen one. You don't care who's the chosen one.
You're inventing your own understanding.
Look at this.
You're trying to take your own understanding and put it on top of our belief. That's not how it works. You should ask questions, not put your point over everybody else.
When Muslims know they could ride horses and donkeys?
What flag is that on your profile? I'm trying to...
The first nation that adopted Christianity and never switched
Armenia.
since.
Armenia.
Amen.
Ah, cool. Are you from Yerevan? Yerevan.
Yes, of course.
Ah, very nice. Okay. I
Look,
like
my
Armenians.
brothers, look, we shouldn't be arguing. I know me even talking is not going to help. If I knew it was going to help and actually make a change, maybe I would spend more time. But I keep seeing people keep arguing. Jewish people don't know that the Messiah came. Muslims think that Muhammad is the last prophet, but he hasn't done anything right. I believe that Muslims now are 100 times better than their prophet Muhammad.
What the hell do you mean with that beginning sentence?
Be
Which part?
nice. Everyone,
He's just looking to
You
fight with
believe he
everybody.
yeah,
didn't
but don't
do
give up faith
anything.
on us. I mean,
I'm
but you
not, brother.
planted the
No,
seed in
I'm
our
not giving
hearts.
no faith.
I
I
mean,
That's
have
give
a
it a
hope.
chance to
what's
I
grow.
have hope.
interesting me is when he
Me even
said
talking,
he
I
did
have
not
hope that you
do
guys might
anything.
realize, hey, you know what? Maybe we should search more. Maybe we shouldn't just believe what this guy. I could even guarantee all you Muslims don't even agree on most stuff. One Muslim guy says something else. He says no, he's wrong.
All right,
It's
next.
not going to be productive. The guy just wants to
No,
fight with everybody.
I give everybody a chance to talk, but then they get too comfortable. They're like, this idiot is letting me talk. I'm going to take the show over. But I have the power to delete with this little finger right here. Okay, fine. No, they could come on later. It's just people get too comfortable just because, whatever. I'm extremely polite. Talking about, man, I want to see that movie with that black guy playing the violin. It looks good. I mean, I'm typically not into these like Wakanda style movies, but I mean, that movie actually looks good. And it's a true story, by the way.
I just want to clarify for everybody that just because Jews are waiting for Messiah doesn't mean that Messiah is the integral part of Judaism. It's just one of the topics, and it doesn't like take over our life how Christianity views it. It's just something that will help us to establish the kingdom of God, but that's it.
I think it's good for me to always be honest. Like when people ask me, what do Jews believe? Because I've seen lesbian rabbis here and, with green hair and stuff like that, telling people what Jews believe. And it's really what they believe, and what I believe is not exactly with what most Jews believe, but I'm always going to make a distinction between what I personally believe and what the consensus is in modern day Judaism, because I don't want to misrepresent Judaism in any way. Okay. So most people know my view on the Messiah. It's in my opinion, a more healthier view. I'm not waiting for the Messiah. I don't think the Torah revolves around the idea of the Messiah. It's something that Jews believe. We believe it. Fine. I'm not going to use it in a debate, because I need ammunition, and there's no ammunition in the Torah about the Messiah that's literal. So that's it. I'm just trying to be honest. Well, yeah. Anyways, welcome to the Just.
What I meant by it is just we don't make it the integral part of our life, right? That's not the point of Judaism. Yeah, it's just something in there, but it's not the main driving point. Like with Christianity, Jesus is the point of Christianity. For us, Messiah is not a point of anything. It's keeping God's law. That's the point. The Torah
there
is
are some wacky Jews. There's some Jews.
I think personally, what's up, Asher?
Hi.
Hey, man. So I personally think I'm more of a Messianic, but I personally believe that through translations and the interpretation of even the New Testament, right? I think if you really study it and go into the Hebrew, some could argue that Book of Matthew was originally written in Hebrew and stuff like that, or Aramaic. But I believe that even Yeshua taught that, right? Taught Torah. I think everybody gets confused when it comes to Paul's writings. And even Peter, even Peter mentions that people will twist Paul's writings to become lawless, right? Torahlessness, right? So I think even the disciples, the early disciples at every point were keeping the Torah. It's just as more pagans started coming on and converting and a new religion started coming up, then by default it's going to change. You know what I mean? So
I think you're on the right path. I like Messianic Jews. I don't believe in Yeshua, but I tolerate you guys like I tolerate Lubavitchers who believe that their teacher is the Messiah. As long as it doesn't pull you away from Torah, then if it brings you closer to Torah, then go for it.
I think the goal is Torah, right? So I think that's what I think, personally, right? I know you don't believe in the concept of Mashiach, right?
I do, but not how most people teach it.
Yeah.
There's no monolithic understanding of the Messiah in Judaism. And the people who say there is are just trying to win points against Christians. Like the Tovia Singer guys and Michael Skobaks, they paint some weird notion, like anything that hurts the Christian argument is what they believe regarding the Messiah. And then they've taught it so much that the average person just repeats it over and over again. We don't know anything about the Messiah, if there is a Messiah. There's a famous rabbi in Israel, he passed away already, his name is Dr. Yeshaya Leibowitz, and he said that in Judaism, the Messiah is always to come. And anyone who arrives saying that he's the Messiah is always going to be false, because the Messiah is always in transition. And it's always been like this. Okay, from Bar Kokhba, Jacob Frank, Shabtai Zvi, the Lubavitcher Rebbe, Jesus, right? It doesn't matter, because it's ethics, a good God and his ethical will for humanity. That is the beginning and the end of Judaism and Torah.
And that's where I think modern day, I think all religions right now should just focus on the Word of God, the first 5 books. And if we stray away from that, then we come up with different ideas and different thoughts and stuff like that, and that's how we get different interpretations and stuff like that. If we stick to the Torah, then like Isaiah 8:20, right? To the law and to the prophets, if they speak not according to this, it's because there's no light in them.
That's
right. And that right there, if everybody stuck to that and just followed the pointers back to the Torah, everybody would be good.
There'd be no Christianity.
I mean, it wouldn't be anything, right? Like
everybody just needs to, serve God by keeping the law and make this world a better place by keeping the law and telling everybody else to keep the law and basically serving as an example so the rest of the world can follow the example. And we basically build heaven on earth instead of waiting to go to some heaven after we die. That's not the point. The point is to do it here.
And enjoy life.
Can I ask you something?
Welcome.
Hi. Yeah. Do you think that that can be done, by following any religion, where we can, if we follow a certain religion or a certain way, we can, have peace on earth?
Yeah.
No. Well, I disagree because I think that eventually, whether you're a Christian or a Muslim, your philosophy will end up catching up with you. Your bad philosophy will end up catching up with you. And we've seen this with Christians a lot, that they start off all lovey-dovey, and at the end, they end up persecuting the Jews. So I think that getting Christians to become more Messianic is really a tactic to ultimately separate them from Christianity. Because the Torah is there to keep you consistently ethical, at least more consistently ethical than a belief system that at its core doesn't make much sense. Because, for the last 2,000 years, the vast majority of Christians have not been keeping Torah laws for a reason, because there's enough in there to confuse you into thinking it's not valid anymore. So I think it's safer to just be Torah only when it comes to ideology, right? Including oral law, but that's more for practice. Yeah.
No, but what I meant is that if everybody was to keep the law as God wanted us, then we would have this peace on earth and best place. But not just keep it from because somebody told you to keep it, but actually believe that you're doing it for the right reason, right? You can't keep something without understanding why you're doing it and having a full belief that you're doing it for the better of everyone, and not just because it's like something nice to do, because your neighbors do it.
Guys, like the show, follow the host. Follow the host, like the show.
Question for you, Asher. So my question is, this is something that I constantly think about, like, honestly, like 2-3 times a day for the past, I would say 6-7 years. The sacrificial system, right? And this is what I interpret it as, right? I believe God made the sacrificial system so that the people at the time could have a sense of look, you're taking life away from a perfectly good animal that's innocent, and you're sacrificing it because of bad deeds that you did. You know what I mean? And the goal was for whoever did sacrifice, right, to repent and not have to offer sacrifices, right? Just change your ways so that you could live a life of righteousness, right? Because if you live good, you don't have to slaughter an animal or anything like that regarding at least sin, right? So that's my take. What is your take on why do you think God did that?
I don't know. The Maimonides says that the reason we have sacrifices was to ultimately wean primitive man away from idolatrous religions. So God spoke to us in the common language of people, meaning people used to commune with God via sacrifices. So I think God believes in evolution over revolution. That means the way you get people to change is with little steps and not all at once. So that's why, I mean, regardless, if that was the case, we still have to offer sacrifices for the rest of eternity because God says don't change one law. So, a sacrifice is nothing but a barbecue. That's it. 9 out of 10 times it's just a barbecue. But you're eating the meat that you're sacrificing, or someone else is eating it, and the same bracha you make during shechita is the same bracha you make, during the shechita of the korban, like of the sacrifice. So, pass the barbecue sauce. That's it.
Gio, I think, well, you know what? We can't only think about the sacrifice as, sin because a lot of times, we can't only think about the sacrifice as, sin because a lot of times, we can't only think about the sacrifice as, sin because a lot of times, we can't.
All right. Go ahead.
Oh, that we can't just think of the sacrifice as a sin sacrifice because a lot of times it was an offering. It was something that sacrifice as.
You're echoing. You gotta drop down.
That's why I know I understood that. I was just referring to the sin one for atonement. Like all the other ones, I understand.
But the sin one, there's a distinction between forgiveness and atonement in the Torah, right? So atonement really doesn't have much to do with forgiveness. Atonement only occurs in the land. And what we're seeking for now in exile is forgiveness, not atonement. And it's enough to get us redeemed. That means the act of forgiveness. And then once we're redeemed, we get atoned in many different ways, even once a year during Yom Kippur. But atonement, I don't think anyone really knows what it means. To cover, like a kapara, but no one really exactly, from a metaphysical level, knows what it accomplishes. But forgiveness, we know what it is. I mean, we screwed up and God gives us another chance to come back into the land.
Sure. Do you think that atonement just means to... I'm just asking opinion, because we have atonement to a person, right? When you hurt a person, you have to pay him back for the hurt, to compensate somebody for harming them. So because when you're harming God, there's nothing, saying sorry is not enough. And you want somebody to actually physically pay something so they feel like they need to repent and not do it again. So it's like a training.
Like measure for measure, maybe?
Yeah, like a training thing, right? To basically, to train you that your repentance actually worth something and it's not just empty words.
That's above my pay grade.
It's like a payment.
I mean, it doesn't affect me in any way. My job is to try to do more good on this planet than bad. That's it.
No, I'm asking your opinion on that.
I don't know. I don't have an opinion. As long as I know that it's a separate thing and we don't have to deal with the notion of atonement till we are redeemed. And heck, I mean, even in the time of Jesus, they were occupied. They had sacrifices, but they ultimately didn't really mean much back then. I mean, there was no Ark of the Covenant or nothing. I don't think they also had the notion of atonement back then. It doesn't, atonement is not important. I mean, just keep the law and yeah.
Yeah, I always think about what is it, Ezekiel 18. If a sinning man all of a sudden repents, he starts living a righteous life, everything will be considered to him righteousness, And if somebody lived a whole righteous life and then started sinning, then all their righteous deeds are the whole righteous life and then started.
Yeah,
I don't know. So
all right, so let's get some more people up here. Let's see. Here's Suchi. If you want to come back up, try it.
No, I'll jump out. Asher. I appreciate
that guy is echoing like crazy.
Yeah, but if people want to come back in, that's fine. All right, guys, like and follow. Let's see. Let's put some theme music on here. Now, this is the only Jewish show that's going to get kicked off of TikTok for copyright violation.
What kind of music is this?
Dubstep, what do you think? I'm telling you, there should be like a reading of the Bible in audio, but set over by the guy who plays the voice of Optimus Prime.
We need to get Ray to do the voiceover for the Bible as the background music.
Oh, Ray.
You know Ray, right?
Yeah, the British guy or Scottish guy, right?
Yeah, he's the Scottish guy. He's got a like voice like Sean Connery. It would be like the perfect reading Torah in the Sean Connery voice.
You grab her and you give her a little slap. Sean Connery, James Bond. All right. Same topic, guys. Let's keep it going. I mean, I'm choosing this time of the day because it's a different crowd. And I've noticed these are...
You know what, Rabbi Asher? Yeah. Well, I like something that you said a little while ago when you were talking about, certain other rabbis that get on here with green hair and all that stuff. I like how you keep it real. Excuse the kind of saying that I'm saying, but you keep it real. You're staying true to the true religion, so I appreciate that from you.
I appreciate you. Thank you. I mean, I'm not bashing these other guys, but it's interesting. I think the rabbis who come in here who are in some way extremely on the left, no one questions that they're rabbis, by the way. But because I'm a convert, and I tell people I'm a convert, most converts won't tell you they're a convert. I don't give a crap what people think about me. They're like, well, he's fake. He's Colombian. He's this and that. But I mean, just so you know that we have a lot more terrain to gain in the Jewish world before we start treating converts as normal people.
What bothers me more with some of those, like one of those rabbis, is that she says that she doesn't believe in God, and she thinks that believing in God is not required in Judaism and not required to convert. Yeah. That's the big one that I have problem with.
Well, that's the Reform position. As much as I may look like Bad Bunny, all right, I mean, I'm pretty Haredi, right? I mean, I'm still frum. All right, and most frum people don't have beards anyways, but people won't know that unless they live in a Jewish community. So I'm a normal Jewish guy,
I know you're frum because you're saying bracha on water while you're running the show. So
well, that's an easy one.
Yeah, but
after bracha. When you hear me saying after bracha, then you know I'm uber frum.
So Rabbi Asher, you said you converted. Where did you convert from?
Christianity.
How long ago did you convert?
25 years ago.
Oh, so you're probably in your 20s or so?
Oh, when I converted, yeah. I mean, I'm 45 now.
That's cool. Hey, I came on here. Interesting conversation, but I had a question. I thought I'd get your perspective on it. So Judaism is founded through Judah. Is that correct?
No. The tribe of Judah are the descendants of Jacob's son Judah. But Judaism, in the time when King Solomon died, Israel got split into two, into the northern tribe and the southern tribe. And the southern tribe was identified by its largest tribe, which was Judah. But in the region of the southern kingdom was Judah, Benjamin, the priests who were predominantly around the temple. Was you have Levi and part of the tribe of Shimon, of Simeon, Simeon. But that doesn't mean that it's Judah. Just like Ephraim, which was the name for the north, didn't mean that everyone from the north was an Ephraimite or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So who came first?
The name was given to us by somebody else. Just to clarify, like Jews did not invent the name Judaism. It's something that was given to us by other people.
Sure.
Well, in the book of Esther, I mean, it calls.
No, I'm not saying the nationality. I'm talking about the name of religion.
Okay.
Yeah, as a faith.
Yeah, we didn't have the concept like that. That's something that Europeans gave us.
So then, when did Judaism start as a religion, as a faith?
With Moses.
Yeah,
so Moses came before Solomon and David.
Yeah, but it was never known as a religion. In Hebrew, in biblical Hebrew, there is no word for religion. It's just it was so different from everything else that existed that it didn't have any alternatives to it, like I'm part of this religion or that religion. Back then, in the time of Abraham at least, your nationality was your religion and your king was a god to you, and you were allowed to worship the God of the Philistines, but you would never be considered a Philistine. Only Israel.
What is a
Because we're
Philistine?
called to be a nation, unlike every other nation. You could be a Philistine, you could be a Greek, and you could convert to Judaism and be considered Israel, and God be your God, because Abraham also came from like Mesopotamia, from Ur of the Chaldeans and stuff like that, and all his descendants became the children, or you're right. I mean, the children of Israel. So Israel is Jacob, one man. I mean, it's not the name of a race. It's just one man who was the Jacob was the grandson of Abraham.
Correct.
So, yeah.
The son, grandson, or son? A grandson. Yeah,
grandson, because Isaac was his son. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So because Jacob's nickname was Israel, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, God gave him the name Israel because he struggled with God when he wrestled with him.
And so the idea of people of Israel are the people of Jacob.
No, so Israel, it's interesting. Well, the reason the land is called Israel, I mean, it's called the land of the children of Israel.
Yeah, the land of the children. Yeah, okay, but I'm talking about the people, not the land. So the people were called the people of Israel as followers of Jacob.
Well, not the followers of Jacob, but the children of Jacob. Yeah. But the name didn't really matter. I mean, it was just how they referred to themselves, because people also entered the covenant. And when God says that he spoke to the children of Israel, it doesn't say that he spoke to the mixed multitude and the children of Israel. He sort of lumped them all in together. But the name is not important.
So in the term people of Israel is to the bloodline lineage of Jacob, or the people that were amongst Jacob?
Both.
So the people that followed Jacob are people of Israel?
No. I mean, Jacob wasn't alive when his descendants became numerous and got identified as some sort of nation within a nation.
Well, people can follow Jacob even when he passes on, right?
Yeah, but they weren't following Jacob because the Israelites in Egypt had no semblance of their existence.
So why
they didn't even know the God of Israel. All they had was traditions, and it was only until Moses came and said that he was speaking in behalf of the God of their forefathers, that they bought into the philosophy. They were brought out of Egypt, and then only when they received the Torah did they really get to know the God of Israel.
Okay, so
they were actually they come from the tribes called Hebrews, Ivri, and once they accept the Torah, they got the name of a nation of Israel. That's a nation of people who follow God. But the ethnic group was called Ivri, Hebrew. And
so were they believers of a one God, or were they pagans?
They became Israel once they became believers of one God. The Ivri were
that's not my question, though. That's not what I'm trying to understand.
Wait, hold on. I mean, the world back then, that wasn't separated by how many gods you worship, by the way. Right? I mean, I know that's how Muslims
so there was Pharaoh. Did they worship Pharaoh?
No, they didn't worship Pharaoh. But
that's my point. So who did they worship?
Hold on. Only because, I mean, someone worshipped one God, but didn't automatically put them in the clear. Only Muslims see the world as monotheist by Islamic standards and not monotheist by Islamic standards. Well, this didn't exist back then. We don't know how Abraham viewed God. I know Muslims believe that Abraham was a Muslim, okay, right. But we don't know if Abraham had some different understanding of God than us, because he never wrote anything. We know what God told us regarding himself, which wasn't much, by the way, right? But he told us when up in the mountain you saw no shape, right? He told us to utter the words that God is one, right? And that's really the extent of God's unity. But go ahead.
They had tribal beliefs where they brought sacrifices to their tribal gods. And the way that they did it was the way that they learned from their forefathers. So starting from Abraham and down, they had a name for God, and they refer to, if we go by what Genesis says, they refer to God as El Shaddai, and they brought him sacrifices. That's what they believed in.
Right. So,
and then at Sinai, they got revelation. At Sinai, they got revelation of a higher level. They knew God through a different name, and they received the law that they kept after that. So you have one tribal belief that evolves into a next level of tribal belief at Sinai. And at that point, they stop being tribes and they become a nation. And then as a nation, they're known as Nation of Israel.
So there were So they were worshiping before Moses. They were worshiping idols.
It doesn't say what they were worshiping. Okay.
He just told me this. That's what I just heard.
I don't know what he says. I mean, he doesn't believe everything I believe, and I don't believe everything he believes.
I know. I'm just trying to
According
learn.
to the Torah,
confusing.
It doesn't say what they were worshiping in Egypt. It does say that they were excluded because they dealt with captive animals. They want nothing. They didn't want anything to do with herders.
But Yitro is referred to as Cohen, right?
Right. I mean, he was a priest of Midian. So he was the Cohen of Midian, also like Melchizedek. There's other priests, the pagan priests.
Okay, but did they know?
Same word.
So the point is, did they know? Was there monotheism before Moses, before the Torah?
Monotheism is not a principle of our religion. There's no word in Hebrew for monotheism.
Jews don't believe in monotheism. They don't. There's no monotheism in Jewish religion.
Okay, Jews believe in the idea of one God. When people started making a distinction between, in Hebrew it's called avodat elilim. That means the worship of foreign gods. That's what's prohibited. Not that Jews walked around giving people a religious test. Do you believe God has parts? Because that notion doesn't appear in the Torah. That's what Islam ran with to solidify its existence. It had to in some way disagree with the previous religion, i.e. Christianity, to make a name for itself.
Well, sure, that makes sense because it came after Christianity, as you said, because Christianity
that's what I mean.
was the one
so Jews didn't have that issue. Jews believed in one God, but they didn't have to prove it to other people.
Okay, but in today's understanding, which is post a time where claims have made that a God is more than one. Therefore, the term monotheism has a specific objective definition. So as we are in 2023 speaking of the idea of monotheism, looking back, did people of Jacob, right, before Moses, were they monolithic in their worship, or did they have other deities, or was it a mixed? And if we do know about that, how do we know? Is it in the Torah or is it folklore?
Okay, so the Torah says you're not allowed to worship other gods. I don't believe that monotheism today is objective, how it's taught. In terms of, as long as you're not worshiping other gods, you're technically worshiping, assuming you believe in the Torah, like you're worshiping the God of Israel. This idea that the Trinity is in some way worshiping other gods is a silly idea. It's not true.
Okay, so can I ask you a question here? And please excuse my ignorance. Like if I interrupt, I'm truly not trying to be rude or mean. I'm just, sometimes there's so much depth to these subjects. Sometimes you have to take it bit by bit. You know what I mean?
I don't think it's so deep, but go ahead.
Okay. Just I don't know. Maybe the way I see it. So you said the God of Israel, right? Isn't God to all mankind?
Yes and no. Okay. If you don't worship the God of Israel the way he prescribes, i.e. by keeping his Torah, then you're not really worshiping the God of Israel.
Oh, okay. I agree. So here's the thing. So Buddhists can make the same claim. If you're not worshiping Buddha,
that's right? And it's a different religion. It has the right to make that claim, just like Islam can make any claim it wants, but it can't call itself.
What claim does Islam make?
That the Quran is the perfection of the Torah, and the Torah that we have, like, we corrupted. So how we think we're worshiping God incorrectly, or that we think we're worshiping God correctly, but Islam would say that we're worshiping him incorrectly because we changed it for whatever advantage there is in changing our own text. But yeah.
I heard it. I think I heard it. I was in another live with a few Muslim guys, and I think I heard it differently. But anyways, we're trying to connect dots here. And again, I appreciate you chatting with me. If you want me to get off at any point, please let me know.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so you said, I agree with you. If here's the thing, understanding God, okay, from a truest form, and I know people throw the word truth around like they know what it means. My logical understanding of truth is that it's irrelative. I can think something is pink, you can think something is blue, but at the end of the day, it is green and whatever it is.
Yeah, so it's truth to you. And
that's what I think. I don't think there's true to me and true to you. I think that's a perception, right, or point of view, if you will. But the truth is irrelative. So point is, if there is a God, Could it be more than one? I don't think so. I think if there was to be a God, it has to be one. Anything more than one, you're going to get politics, right? So there has to be one, and it can't be zero. So that's what I'm learning.
All right, okay? I disagree. I mean, I think not that God is going to be two, but to defend Christians here, if you believe that God is complex in the way that there is a partnership of two, forget about three, right? Why would that cause chaos?
Because you have politics. Anything. The way I understand politics is anything two or more.
No, I know, but give me an example. Give me an example of politics. Like they're going to argue amongst themselves when it's the same God.
How do you claim you can't have two judges sitting behind a bench?
Yeah, but those are two separate judges.
No, I know, but you cannot have two separate judges because if somebody judges one way, the other one judges another way, then you're down to 50-50.
Okay, so even Islam calls it shirk, which means a partnership, not two separate gods with two different wills.
They say that's a big no-no.
I know, but they're not saying it's two different judges, two different beings. They're saying it's the same God, but within the Godhead, there's a partnership. I don't believe this. I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Who, Christians?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so then how?
Well, they say it's three.
It's the same God.
They say it's three. They don't say it's even two. I'm saying
it doesn't matter, but it's 3 and 1.
Okay, but my point is it has to be one. Okay.
No, I know, but give me an example of the politics. Is there an example?
I just give you an example. If you are accused of a crime, right, and you're sitting behind, in front of two judges, one judge sees you A, and the other judge sees you as B, and then you're gonna have a split.
This doesn't occur in Christianity. In Christianity, Jesus never disagrees with the Father.
I'm not referring to Christianity at all here.
That's what I'm referring to.
Okay, but when I made the claim is that I believe logically there can only be one God. Cannot be more than one.
Why is that necessary? Why can't it be 2 and 1?
How do I understand?
I believe there's only one God.
Something I don't understand, though. It's necessary.
All right, yeah, but you're going to insult Christians and throw them under the bus and call them idolaters over something you don't understand?
Bring them into the picture. Why are you you're bringing Christians into the discussion? I didn't even bring them up.
You said Christians worship different gods.
I didn't say that at all. I never.
That's the reason I brought it up, because
I said my perspective is that I can see that if it's a God, it has to be as a one God.
Okay,
I'm trying to understand that.
Why does it have to be? No, I'm just curious. Why does it have to be? I believe in one God. Okay, we agree on this.
So why are you disagreeing with me? I don't know.
No, but you're saying that it has to be logically. Okay,
yes,
if someone came to the conclusion that God has a partner and they never disagree, okay, why would that change anything? I mean, this is just a philosophical discourse. Go ahead.
Okay, so God is not in any need or cannot be in any need of any partner.
Why?
Because there cannot be reliance or dependence on.
It doesn't say that in the Bible.
I didn't say. I don't know what the Bible says.
Oh, so you're giving me your personal opinion.
I'm giving you a logical perspective.
But why is that logical? I mean, why is that logical?
I'm biased and I say I'm logical.
It is not logical, Kosuki. It is your opinion. I agree. Because
but logic will dictate, right? Is that if God has a specific attribute as all powerful, it would be contradictory, therefore also illogical to say that.
So let me give you an example. So let's say I can create a vase out of clay. Okay, I can do it by myself, but I might have other friends who can help me to do that as well. These are not, logically do not.
Okay. So you don't think? So let's say, using your example, you're the master at making vases. You bring your friend to do it, right? Why? Because you had to do something else. You just said that you can't
I
handle
didn't say I
everything
need to invite them. I said I can have friends that they can make vases as well. There is nothing.
Okay, but so the second part, by bringing friends, they're not going to be as skilled as you as making vases.
Why you make that assumption? No, we have the same amount of skill. I mean, you are making an assumption.
Okay, so now that's illogical. Back to the circle is that you're not paying attention to what you're saying, because now you've introduced somebody equally powerful or skilled as you. That doesn't befit you as an all-powerful God.
No, it does. So I'm saying,
how? You said somebody is as skilled as you, so meaning that somebody that doesn't make mistakes the way you don't make mistakes.
Let me say there is a scale from 0 to 100 of a skill I can have. I have 100. That
Yes.
doesn't mean others can. There are not going to be others with 100. I have
But
the
if
most.
others with 100, you are not the only all skilled person.
Yeah. Or,
That
so there
doesn't
are two
befit
things. You
God.
see, you
That
said it
cannot
yourself.
befit
There are
God. That's
two
illogical.
properties. There are
It
two
doesn't fit.
properties. No, you say, if I say I'm the only one, you're right. But if I say I am the most powerful, then that's not illogical.
Okay, but now you're back to the dilemma is that you have more than one God. You have two people with 100% less skill level to creating vases. One person says, "Oh, this vase should be better than the other vase." The other says, "No, this shape of a vase is better than the other vase." Whose word ultimately is to prevail?
No, you're twisting the story, okay? Nobody says my vase is better than others. I'm saying my vase is perfect.
I'm not telling you your story is that, bro. You got to hear me out. I'm giving you a
you didn't let me
situation
finish. I'm saying
proving
my vase is perfect, okay? That's different than saying my vase is better than any other vase. I'm saying my vase is perfect.
You're not understanding my point. I think you're either purposely rejecting my point or you're very hung up on your idea. You're listening to my point. I think you got to think a level deeper. I'm using your example. If you have two people that are 100% skilled at making vases, right? You have to make a claim that you think your vase is better, and they're going to make the claim that their vase is better. Maybe they don't, but there's certainly, out of every variable and decisions that can be made in life, they will come to a point, if not many, that they will disagree. Meaning saying one says my vase is better or this vase is better,
and there might be cases where they don't disagree. I mean,
so the point is now you would have conflicting powers or skill sets. Therefore, that is not befitting to a God. It cannot make sense at that point.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
So in our Bible, God does appear limited. As many people try to whitewash it, in some areas it says that he's all powerful and all knowing. In some areas it doesn't show him in that manner. So
I read in I was listening where I can't remember where I read this, but where was it Jacob? Who was it that was wrestling with God?
Jacob,
right. And then wasn't it in other verses that said nobody can see or touch God?
Well, it didn't say touch, but yes, like see the face of God and live. Yeah.
They cannot see God. So how could...
But it doesn't really say that he wrestled with God.
Grabs onto the thigh of God, whereas in other cases, you cannot see. If you did, you cannot live. And Jacob won, knowing that if he saw God, he would have died.
Wait. I mean, it doesn't say that Jacob won. I mean, the angel dislocated his hip, and it wasn't God. It was an avatar of God.
Jacob defeated God in the wrestling match.
It doesn't say God there. I don't know where you're getting God. Like, it doesn't say God in the verse.
What does it say?
Wait, hold on. I mean, when Jacob names a place Paniel, like face of God, because he saw the face of God and lived. Now, it says that he wrestled an angel, right? A messenger. And that's the extent of the whole thing. See, I mean, I'm not saying that the Bible is perfectly logical. The problem I have is with later religions coming in and trying to rewrite the whole thing and say, oh, look, we fixed all the errors. There's some things in the Bible we don't understand. Okay, but that doesn't mean that it's our job via creative writing to change it.
I get your point. I know, but to me that's a problem, right? I mean, for somebody trying to learn connect dots, that's a problem.
Well, it's not a problem because our religion is based off of the Torah, meaning the instructions within the Torah. That's what Torah means. It means instructions, not the narrative.
Torah is the law, right?
Correct.
It's a law-based. Judaism is a law-based.
Right, and Jacob, in the time of Jacob, there was no law, right?
Well, okay, so that's that going back to the early conversation,
okay,
right?
Fine.
So there was no law, so they were pagans. God did not send them any messengers, or did not send. Was Jacob not a prophet himself?
No.
What was Jacob?
Jacob was the son of Isaac.
I know, but why is he revered?
So he's not revered, okay? We don't emulate Jacob in any way.
The Israelites, people of Israel, he's
a patriarch.
Okay.
We have story of patriarchs, and then later we have story of law. So the patriarch is a separate thing.
Islam, because it's so recent, it views every character in the Jewish Bible as a prophet, right? I mean, we know these individuals. I mean, you guys view Noah as a prophet and Adam as a prophet. I don't think they have a real grasp of what prophecy is. Only because someone in some way dialogued with God doesn't make that person a prophet.
Well, prophecy means you're receiving a message or guidance or something from God, right? A message from God and a responsibility to pass it on. Isn't that what prophecies mean? Prophethood?
No. There's no
Prophet is a
responsibility.
speaker.
Yeah, there's no responsibility for Jacob to pass anything on to other generations.
I'll give you an example. In the Exodus, there's a verse where God sends Moses to Pharaoh, and he tells him, "You will be Elohim to the Pharaoh, and Aaron will be your Navi." So Aaron will be your prophet. Obviously, it doesn't mean that Aaron will be a prophet to Moses and Moses is God. What it means is Aaron will be speaker for you. So the word Navi means that you're a speaker for God, right? That's what prophet is. Prophet speaks on behalf of God to the people.
Okay, so that's what I was saying. Prophet means you receive a message from God, and then you can speak it or pass it on to the people. That's exactly what I said. I don't know why we're
what message did
Jacob did? You're saying Jacob did not receive him.
What message did Jacob deliver to the people?
I didn't say he did. I'm asking.
Okay, so then he's not a prophet.
Yeah, I mean, he's not called, Yaakov Hanavi or like Jacob the prophet. All right. I mean, prophets in Judaism are only really recognized as prophets if they appeared after the Torah was given.
So was Noah a prophet?
No.
Why not? He received the message from God. He passed it on to the people before the flood.
There is nowhere in the Torah to say that that Noah tried to save anyone or gave anyone a message.
Nobody prior to Moses received the message or the law from God.
Correct.
Is what you're saying?
The law
Muslims say otherwise. Muslims say otherwise.
No, I know. I mean, it's a different religion.
Right. And Christians don't believe Joseph was a prophet. They don't believe John was a prophet. They don't believe Adam was a prophet. They don't believe Christians also don't believe that Noah a prophet. Because they believe Noah was a prophet too.
I don't think they do.
Is there a Christian in here that can help clarify?
Yeah, what's the point? I mean, let's get to the point.
I don't know. In Christianity, they're going to tell you everybody was Jesus. That's what they're going to tell you. Every person is going to be Jesus in Christianity.
Was Jesus a prophet? In Judaism, they don't
Christians,
recognize.
No.
In Judaism.
So Christians believe that he's a priest, king, and prophet.
So Christians believe John was a prophet. Looks like somebody's saying in here. Okay, so was in Judaism, what was Jesus?
The results aren't in.
It's not part of Judaism.
Yeah, I mean, no one knows exactly. I mean, religiously, he's essentially nothing. But
religiously, yeah, what was he? Nothing.
Yeah, and there's no consensus.
Nothing.
So they don't believe. So in Judaism, Jesus was not born a miraculous birth.
Oh, for sure not.
In Judaism, Jesus doesn't exist. He's not part of Judaism.
So he wasn't even born.
Theologically,
like it's a fake story in Judaism. Jesus is a fake story in Judaism.
Well, I mean, it's as much of a fake story as Muhammad meeting an angel in a mountain.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
No, it's more because Jesus is not even mentioned in Judaism. He's just not part of it.
Right. So,
I mean, Muhammad's not mentioned in the Talmud either. I mean, in Judaism.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So Muhammad is not part of Judaism. Jesus is not part of Judaism. Like they're not in any way part of it.
I thought Muhammad was mentioned as the praised one.
No, it's an outside religion. It's a separate religion from Judaism. Jesus is not part of Judaism in any way at all.
Right. So someone is saying that Jesus is mentioned in the Talmud. So Jesus, there's someone named Yeshua Notri that's mentioned in the Talmud, and he's burning on he's in Soar Rotachat. It's like a boiling excrement. But this individual existed 200 years before the real Jesus. So there's a debate that it might be a different person. So that's it.
So what about John? Is John part of? Because I think John was around the same time as Jesus, right? Was
not part of Judaism.
Not. So that's another story. That doesn't exist in Judaism.
Nope.
Very interesting.
We don't believe in Christianity, bro.
I get that. I get that. Well, see, to me, this is. But I guess this is politics, and you clearly say at the top of this is that there's no politics. So I won't get into the politics, right? But
don't tell me that all this was to boil down Israel-Palestine.
No, it's not. It's not to boil down to that. There's
Have you ever considered becoming Jewish?
I'm learning everything, right? I like to learn everything, right?
So would you consider becoming Jewish?
Well,
Possibly.
you're making the claim that it's the best religion, right?
No. Right. Apart from it being the best, would you consider becoming Jewish if I answer all your questions and like
if Judaism makes ultimate sense to me and it proves that to me my perspective of God that makes sense to me, of course.
Okay.
Right. And but I make the same claim to Christianity or to Islam, right? So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, but that to me, that's why I was telling you earlier that I think people throw the word around truth like you know what it means, but I think the concept of truth, it's cannot be relative, right?
Okay. So when you're dealing with religion, it's going to be one man's truth over the other. You know, so it could be true to you, but I don't like when religious people in front of secular people, we start saying this is true, this is a fact, this is proven. You know, let's be honest, guys.
Yeah, I know it's not. Nothing is going to be proven until a specific day. Let's say we believe in Judgment Day. That Judgment Day probably is where all the proofs, or maybe sometime before then, or something. That's where all the proof possibly could happen.
All right.
At the end of the day, it's a belief, right? And so and I think if it's proven to us, what's the point of a belief? You know, like I always say, Galileo said once that if the truth is easy to understand once it is discovered. The point is to discover it.
All right. Anyways, hold on. We have a new guest. Let's keep the ball rolling here. All right. So welcome, man of peace, Yaro or Yaron.
Yaro, man.
Hi.
Can you hear me good?
Yes. Hi.
So I just wanted to ask a question. It says you can become Jewish. I wanted to know, like, how do you become Jewish? And when you say Jewish, are you referring to the ethnicity or the religion?
The religion. Now, if by entering the religion, you become part of the ethnicity. If you live amongst Jews and become culturally Jewish. I mean, there's some Jews who live in China that aren't part of the same culture that Jews in Israel are a part of. So, yeah.
So you can become a part.
It says, well, not ethnicity. It doesn't use the word ethnicity. Okay, there is no such thing in the Bible as an ethnicity. I guess the closest thing is being tribally Jewish and living outside the land of Israel, because if you're not religiously Jewish within the land of Israel, your life will be cut short. So in terms of Jews getting along with each other in biblical times in Egypt, just because they happen to be related to Abraham, that probably existed, but God didn't validate that in any way.
Yeah, we're not an ethnicity, we're a tribe, so you'll become part of the tribe.
Yeah.
So then if you convert to Judaism, you don't get birthright in Israel?
You do get a birthright.
You do get a birthright.
All right, man of peace, go ahead.
But when you say ethnicity, what definition are you referring to?
No, I'm not using ethnicity. You said ethnicity.
No.
Yeah, that's why we said tribe, not ethnicity. You become part of the tribe.
Saying, but what would a tribe be categorized? Would a tribe not fit under the category of ethnicity?
Forget about the tribe. I mean, you become in a covenant with God. That's what matters. That's it. That's what being Jewish means. And I don't like using the word Jewish. I'm just using this word that people understand. The name of our religion, if there's any name for it in the Bible, it's considered Torah covenant. That's it. An agreement with God that you're making collectively with other Israelites to keep the law. That's it.
Okay.
And that did not come. And that did not come down until Moses brought that in the Torah, and therefore there became something you can have a covenant with, the law.
Right, for sure.
So then, what happened to the people before? I mean, what would they be judged by? How did they get a free pass in life?
So in terms of free passes, that notion only exists if you believe in heaven and hell. If there's no heaven and hell,
Judaism don't believe in the concept of hell.
No, Judaism does believe in the concept of hell. The Torah doesn't mention the concept of hell. So when we're trying to understand the Torah contextually, right, chronologically, you have to understand that these people didn't think that they were going to go to heaven because they were following God's instructions, or go to hell because they weren't. As a nation, they were scared to be exiled. That's it. So the question is, What did man look forward to before the Torah was given? Whatever belief system that they bought into around them.
So what's the afterlife then? What happens after death in Judaism?
So the Torah doesn't mention
if
an
you're
afterlife.
a bad person, whatever you want to call it.
So the Torah doesn't mention an afterlife. The notion is a developed idea, which I believe in, but I don't think the Torah commands you to believe in it. Islam and Christianity cannot exist without the notion of heaven and hell. But it's coercion. It's extortion. You're forcing people to become religious and to remain religious because they don't want to burn in hell. It's probably the worst reason to do anything ethical.
So then how do you accountable for the things you do or for the rewards you get
on this planet, right? I mean, don't you want to leave this planet?
So what happens? So after that in Judaism, what happens after death?
Nobody knows.
Nothing?
Nobody knows. I believe there's more, but the Bible wants you to be so earthly minded that it doesn't mention it. It wants you to leave this planet better for your kids than you found it, and just keep the ball rolling. And like that, I don't know. I mean, someone could clean out all the homeless people in San Francisco.
So the punishment in Judaism, if you break the covenant, is on earth.
Yes.
And how? So, like, is death a punishment?
Yes, if you kill somebody.
No.
Or if you break the Sabbath, or there's certain laws you put to death for.
Yeah, no, I know. Killing somebody is breaking the covenant, but
not necessarily.
Is part of your punishment to be dead?
Like natural death.
Yeah.
I mean, it says something about correct, right? But we just don't know 100% what it means.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I don't think I'm explaining myself correctly. Okay, so somebody breaks the covenant.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Yeah. What do you mean by breaking the covenant?
Breaking the law of the Torah.
Yeah, so that's not breaking the covenant. I mean, the covenant is the agreement that you're making to keep the law. Only because you break one law, what doesn't mean that you've thrown away the whole covenant. When you walk away from the covenant, or you're worshiping idols.
If you're no longer Jewish, if you no longer believe in the Torah.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, so you've broken the covenant then.
You've broken the covenant, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but interesting. If you don't break the covenant, you do break it, which call it a sin, right? Meaning you kill somebody, but you're still Jewish. Is there any punishment for you?
What do you mean? If you kill somebody?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're put to death.
That's your punishment? Death for death?
So let me. I think the question is like this: why should you keep the covenant or follow the laws if there is no punishment?
Before you break the covenant, we know breaking the covenant is walking away from the law of the Torah. That's breaking covenant. But let's say you are still within the law of the Torah, and you still believe in the Torah and Moses and so on, right? But you kill somebody. How are you accountable for that horrendous behavior?
Well, it's mida keneged mida. That means measure for measure. If you steal from someone, you could pay that person back. If you, in an unethical manner, unalive someone, the only way to pay for that back is by you losing your life. That's it.
Okay, and then let's say you don't.
Don't what?
In Israel, for example, somebody was to commit a murder. They don't kill him as a return.
Israel's a secular country. We're not trying to justify what they do in the state of Israel. We're talking about biblical Israel.
Okay. So in religious context, that
please
person
don't tie this into Palestinians and Israelis.
I'm not tying it.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not trying to. I'm just saying. So in the Jewish law, it would be that if somebody died, right? If somebody committed a murder, they needs to die too. Right. That's justice. It's got to be equal, eye for eye, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
But that person would that be considered sin? And if he got away with not being killed because some secular state law has protected them, right? Because let's face it, what part of the corner in the world are you going to be?
We're talking about biblical Israel. Yeah, so secular state law doesn't really exist. But yeah, I get your point.
Right. I'm just saying, if somebody commits a murder, but secular state law protects them from dying because it's secular, and therefore it doesn't honor.
Yeah, we're talking about what biblical Israel. We're not talking about modern day law. We're talking about biblical law. Biblical law is not applicable nowadays.
I think what he's trying to ask is, what if that person is not punished based on the law, or
exactly. If the law is going to punish you with that,
so ask that question instead of
Okay, So he's what's called, I'll say it in Hebrew, then I'll say it in English. Chayav Misa B'dei Shemayim, that he's liable to death penalty under the court of heaven, that God will in some way.
Okay, so there's heaven. So there's heaven.
No, heaven doesn't mean like a place. Heaven means sky. It doesn't mean a place you go after you die. In the beginning, it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. I mean, it doesn't mean that he
heaven
created
exists
the
when you're
palace
alive.
in heaven.
Heaven
What?
exists when you're alive, basically.
No, it means sky.
Heaven means the sky. It's
Yeah,
not
but
Okay,
it doesn't
in the
mean
sky. Okay, so in the sky, there's law, there's judge, there's there with God.
no. God judges from the sphere from above us. I mean, it doesn't
Yes.
mean that.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
a
Okay.
figurative term. It's not a place you go after you die. Right?
Okay.
Not necessarily.
Okay. There's a court system somewhere above in the sky. That's what you're saying.
It doesn't have to be above. I mean, just
Somewhere in the sky, somewhere with God.
this is a Talmudic phrase that means it's made up by the rabbis. It's not in the Torah like this. Okay, I'm just telling you what the rabbis teach. Just because the Torah
And
doesn't say what happens to
Okay.
people who kill people and don't get caught.
Okay. Keep going.
Yeah. So when I say that you're liable to death penalty under the court in heaven, that itself is a rabbinic statement. The rabbis believe in hell and they believe in heaven, but I'm just saying that the Torah itself doesn't literally mention it.
Okay.
I mean,
So where
there
did they
also
get
in the
that
book of
belief
Job,
from?
whether
Where
they're
did they
up
get the
there in heaven, i.e., in space with angels and Satan and stuff like that. But this is the book of Job. It's not.
May I
Rabbi
add
Asher,
something?
where did
I
they
think
get that
I
belief from?
think I think the important point here is that sorry if I pronounce your name incorrectly. Let me know if that's the case. Kasuki, right?
Yes, you did.
Kasuki. So I think he's trying to say why, like, if there's a God, why it can be unfair to live, like somebody kill somebody and go unpunished.
Yeah, he's never
Yeah,
going to get punished
yeah,
for it. So
yeah.
how's
But
that fair?
so that's the thing. So the question is, according to the God of Judaism, does the life have to be fair?
Yeah. So no, not necessarily. He created judges, and those judges are supposed to, in some way, secure that nation. But almost all the punishments in the Torah deal with punishments on a national level, not on a personal level.
So
There's a
what I
handful-
just learned is there's no reconcile to injustice.
No. The Torah doesn't talk about an afterlife. This is why I believe in an afterlife. But
I'm
if
not
it
talking
doesn't
about afterlife. This could be before death. It could be after death. It could be in between.
wait.
I'm talking about
If someone is
there
not
any
found
repercussion?
guilty for a crime, right? I mean, maybe they did the crime and maybe they didn't do the crime. But what? I mean, as a Muslim, you would still kill him because you were convinced that he was guilty?
Well, but I'm not talking about Muslims. I don't know why.
No, I know, but I'm trying to have some comparison here because you're saying that there's no there's no retribution for crimes that go unpunished. Like, I don't understand what the point is.
I'm trying to figure out if there is retribution for crimes are punished, if there is a reconciliation for injustice.
So let's compare this to another religion. And this other religion is called Islam. How would it work in Islam?
How would it work? Are you asking me or are you telling me?
So
Sorry,
I'm asking you.
Let me get in here. So in Islam, based on what I understand, the combination of this life and afterlife is going to be fair. Because if you are not punished here, you'll be punished in the afterlife. If you are not rewarded here, you'll be rewarded in the afterlife. So
and that makes sense to me, right?
Well,
and that's what I'm trying to figure out in Judaism. How is it different?
Let's face it. There's a truth as well. So the thing is that makes us feel like cozy. And hey, if I'm not, if the life wasn't fair to me in this life, then there's going to be a reward for me afterlife. But that doesn't mean that that's necessarily true or what God wanted.
Okay, but we're not. We're not. Okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah, but I told you I believe in heaven and hell. I'm just saying that the Torah doesn't mention it. That's it. The Torah doesn't mention it.
Here's the thing. How? This is the first question that was skipped, and we jumped into this, which is now I'm trying to bring it back to that. How did rabbis believe in heaven and hell if the Torah doesn't say there's heaven and hell? How did they interpret that?
Because in order for God to be just, and you mentioned before.
Thank you. So now we agree.
Hold on one second. No, I know, but the difference is creating a concept with rules and parameters and saying that it's binding to believe when the Bible never mentioned it is considered adding to the Bible. So this is what Islam did. This is what Christianity did. Now, the rabbis theorized that in order for God to be just, there has to be more.
I agree with that.
What?
I agree with that.
Yeah, okay. So what's the difference? I mean, this is why The reason Muslims believe in heaven and hell, the reason Christians believe in heaven and hell, it's because specifically the rabbis believed in heaven and hell. Christianity and Islam are offshoots.
What I understood now is Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, they all believe in the heaven and hell, in the fact that injustice will be reconciled, right? And they all three believe in heaven and hell, which would happen after life. The difference is the Torah doesn't talk about it. The Bible does, the Quran does. Am I correct?
Come on, bro. I mean, there's no way that you just took 2 minutes to say nothing. You know, I mean, it seems like you're just like shooting in the dark here and trying to catch us on something. You know, like
me?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, if you got a real question, say
I'm just summarizing what I've learned.
It's a little long-winded.
Let me try to explain.
He gets it, man. I mean, it's just like,
it's a disconnect.
I'm not your patient.
There's disconnect. Oh, hang on. He's saying it's a disconnect. I'm trying to summarize what I'm learning, bro. What you're saying, bro. I'm not.
No, but here's the disconnect. Most religions in the world, besides Judaism, are individualistic religions, meaning that your faith is about your relationship with God. Judaism is a communal religion. Our faith is based on what happens to the community overall, not specifically on you. So yes, you might get away with the crime because no one knew about it, but what happens is it hurts community long term and it destroys community, and that is the punishment. The punishment is not necessarily you individually will get punished. Yeah, maybe one person will get away. Hold on, let me finish. Maybe one person will get away from this, the punishment, but his children, his grandchildren, and so on, it destroys the future of the generations that will come after him. That's what happens. That's the punishment. And that's where the disconnect is, because you're looking from the prism of Christianity, Islam, and so on, is like, okay, how is he punished in the afterlife? We don't care how he's punished in afterlife. He's punished here because the generations that would come after him are hurt by his actions.
Okay, so basically, you're speaking on behalf of Judaism, right?
Yes.
Judaism, really. So basically, if Jacob did something wrong, the Israelites or the people of Jacob or people of Israel would have been punished for it.
Not punished. God doesn't punish you. Your actions punish. There's consequences for everything.
How? So can you help me understand the difference? How are your actions punished, but you personally aren't punished?
No, that's not what I said. The consequences for your actions. If you living in the tribe and you have kids and family, and then you go and you unalive your neighbor, your consequences is that your family name is destroyed and your kids will suffer because of it.
That's from the Torah?
Yes, it's in the curses.
So, like, I'm having a real issue
can't be,
here.
bro. It can't be you're having a hard time getting this. And this is so simple.
I get what you're saying.
This one is a lot more complicated.
No. I don't see the complexity in it. What I'm seeing is injustice in it. I'm having a hard time with the injustice of that,
because you're looking at it from your perspective.
I'm looking at it from a perspective of why would my children be punished for what I did?
Hold on. Hold on. Where is the injustice? Can you explain injustice to me?
Sorry, say that again.
You said that there's an injustice. Can you explain where is the injustice in that?
Why should my children get punished for my mistake?
They are not punished. You did this. You punished them. You need to think of the consequences of what you do.
So, but I'm the one that did the crime. I don't suffer from it.
Like this. Let's pretend that God doesn't exist. Let's pretend that we're all atheists, right? In the world like we're without God, would people suffer consequences of their actions?
Okay, so can I ask you? I'm going to answer that in two ways. First part, if we're going to compare Judaism or any religion to atheism, what's the point? That just defeats
the point. Is to answer my question.
You're missing his whole premise. He's just saying, put God aside for a second. If you're an alcoholic and you're not working like you should be, like, I mean, you're not treating your wife correctly, your kids are going to suffer directly or indirectly.
No, because, right, it is dog eat dog world at that point. If I did not believe in a higher power of a God, and I had no reconciliation or there's no accountability for my actions directly that impact me, I can care less. I have no reason to care about my children. I have no reason to care about anybody.
So that's silly.
It's
Hold
power.
on.
Whoever's powerful.
There's a lot of ethical, atheistical people who care about their wives and their kids, and they don't believe
that's
in God.
That's a hypocrisy to me, because where do you get your ethics from?
Kasuki, that's exactly a very good point. That's the approach of Islam, as Rabbi was saying. It's coercion. So you are saying if there is nothing to fear of, then everybody would go and commit crimes. But the reality is that that's not true. Even atheists follow, the ethics and whatever.
Yeah, so, like where did they get the ethic? That's, to me, it's hypocritical, because because
there's a basic sense of morality. There's a basic sense of morality in anyone in terms of loving your kids.
Where did it come from? Who's to dictate?
But Kasuki, if you look at it from an open-minded perspective, it doesn't make sense to be selfish and commit crimes and this stuff, because over long term it is bad for you and everyone else. There is no point of it. You should look at it the other way around. So,
bro, I'm not telling you how I necessarily see it. I'm telling you how many people would see it. No. There are people that are opportunistic. Hitler was opportunistic.
That's an assumption.
No, but hold on. Are you claiming that people who don't believe in God don't love their kids and don't care about their kids?
No, I'm saying people that say they have this a system of morality that they have to abide by and not believe of God, they have to explain where that system comes from.
No, but that's red herring. You went away from that question that I asked you. You're changing subject. You're changing subject. My question was.
You can interrupt me, because if you don't let me explain.
Well, you're talking more than everybody here. You got to let other people talk also, because it's not your show, right? It's after show, but you're talking more than everybody else. So somebody has to put few words in also. The point is that I ask you very specifically about how it would happen that people care about their kids and about future of what happens to the kids. Putting God aside, they would still care same way. And when they misbehave and when they ruin their family, then their kids are being punished. God has nothing to do with this punishment. It's a result of their actions.
What if somebody doesn't have kids?
Coño, my gosh!
I'm just showing you. Be logical, bro. I'm just giving you logic.
It can't be.
Don't make it sound like I'm an idiot.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, you're making it sound like that.
But you're running away from every question. You're changing subject every time.
I do agree. It feels like you're running away from the question. So
I'm facing the question head on. I'm trying to.
No, instead of answering the question, you are saying what if.
Okay, ask me the question. Let me answer your question your way to satisfy your whatever you want me to say. But understand, that's not how logic works. But go ahead.
If a father is an alcoholic or drug addict who spends all the family's money, and now the kids don't have food to eat, is that God's fault or the father's fault?
That's the father's fault, 100%.
There you go. That's the punishment. God has nothing to do with the punishment.
Stop. That's not his fault because God did it, and therefore it's his fault. That's not punishment. That's him being an idiot. He made the mistake. He went against God because God would not want him to do that. I don't believe a God would bring harm to anybody else because of my mistakes. That will not be justice.
It's consequential. If you shoot an innocent person, you pulling that trigger caused that person to die. He suffered because of your bad decision.
And I know that. And even that, so I'll tell you one thing that I have an issue with, because the Torah says if you kill one person, it's like you killed nations.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. That's in the Talmud. It's in the Talmud.
No,
and the Quran.
In the Talmud it says if you kill one, as though you've killed people of Israel. Meaning you cannot kill one from Israel, from the people of Israel. But the Talmud
doesn't say that. No, it doesn't say that.
I'm pretty sure
limit it to people in Israel. It says that someone who kills one person, it's like he destroyed the whole world. Right? Yes. It doesn't say Israel.
I thought the Talmud said Israel, where the Torah didn't say Israel said the world.
No, the Torah never mentions this concept. I'm not against the concept. It's just not literally in the Torah.
So, anyways, I get that point. I get the consequential point, right? Your actions have consequences. Nobody's arguing with that. But the difference between you and I here is you're telling me your actions are the punishment of God. Your negative actions are the punishment of God. Meaning, right, the consequence, of your negative actions are the punishment of God. I'm saying the consequence of your negative actions are a part of the mistake you did.
That's not what we said, by the way. You escape adjudication. How do you then get punished? So many of the commandments are consequential. Yeah. The punishments are consequential. They're in some way baked into the same law, right? If you work for 7 days straight, you're going to burn yourself out. Or if for some reason you don't allow your land to lay fallow every 7 years, you're going to dry up and burn up the soil. So those are consequential laws.
So Taoism has something like that, and then if you look at Buddhism, has very similar, exactly similar concepts. And they say basically, the consequences to your actions, are reflective back on you. They even say that. They don't say they're back on somebody else. Meaning, you stay up late, you ignore, you don't pray, whatever, you're going to feel that in your health. That's on you. Nobody's arguing the consequences that there are consequences to your negative actions. 100% we're in alignment there. The difference is those consequences would not be fair and therefore could not be from a God if they were to punish somebody else on behalf of your bad actions. And if you look in life, you probably see plenty of examples where bad fathers have done things or bad people, leaders have done things, but their communities went on, or their family went on to actually be very prosperous and very.
May I say something, Katsuki? So let's assume. So let me say two little notes. First of all, let's assume that you're right. That if the world seems to be unfair, then the God cannot exist. Then that you're making an interesting point, but that would be for all gods. Secondly, I want to say what you consider to be fair or unfair is not necessarily what a God would. You're not seeing the world from that perspective. It's the same thing. Like a child might want to play a video game until late, and if you don't let them, they will say this is not fair. But does that mean it is not fair? Because the parents see something else.
Well, I kind of agree with you on a point. I'll give you the example. Like, to me, people are scared. They think death is a punishment. I think compassion and death can coexist. Death can be a punishment, or death cannot be a punishment, right? So I agree with. I am a no one myself as a person, as a human being, to say what is fair, what is not fair. I 100% agree with you, and therefore I'm not actually saying what is fair, what is not fair. I'm saying it would not be, that wouldn't be fair, befitting a Abrahamic form of concept of what a God is, right? So that's what I'm arguing. It's not my perspective that I'm bringing to the table. I'm bringing this notion of, if it was to be a God, a one God, how it would have to be. Right, and therefore it wouldn't be fitting. Like my argument here is in search of truth. Okay, what I believe a truth is based on factual statements that have to make sense. Some things aren't explained, but things have to still make sense, right?
I don't know, man.
Well, not really. How do you believe that this is factual? The belief in the punishment in the afterlife is the least factual belief that you could hold, because you have no way to prove that in any way. While my belief in the punishment in this world is factually proven by consequences.
Ask me that again.
I said your belief in the punishment in the afterlife has zero way to be proven logically, illogically, physically, in any way possible.
Nobody's trying to prove it. I'm not trying to.
Hold on, but belief in the consequences in this world is proven factually. Like, it's not a belief; it's a fact.
No, it's not necessarily, because you can I gave you many examples where somebody has done something bad, but their kids aren't getting punished. And then you can find somebody that's been good in their life, but their kids end up being punished or end up being really bad. I mean, that statement is factually disproven by
Let me
itself
ask you a
daily.
question. Let me ask you a question from the rabbi and Reuben, I think. So since
Yeah.
you guys, I believe you're Jewish, does the God of Judaism claim to be fair?
Yes, just.
And if that's the case, do we agree that the life that we live, the world is not a fair place? I mean, that's kind of obvious. How does these two reality kind of live to it?
Yes,
I
it's a big
believe
difference.
that
God claiming that his legal system or the way he's going to judge you is fair, and that man is in some way a broken machine, right? And that we mistreat each other. Well, you think in order for God to be fair, that means everything on earth. I mean, one, it would contradict our free will, that he's going to stop you from harming someone else because that's not fair. Yeah, like I don't.
yeah. And
We're
No, you're
flawed
right.
creatures.
and the
I mean,
belief is that we have is we believe that. Sorry, I got distracted. What was your question again, sir? Repeat it. I'll get back on topic.
so the God is supposed to be fair, but
Oh, fair. Okay, yeah, I got it. I'm back. So the belief we have is that we are instruments of God's justice in this world. The justice was handed over to us to carry out. That's why we have courts. We were told to establish courts to be God's instrument to bring justice in the world. And the way that justice and fairness and equality and everything else could be implemented in the world is by having the entire nation and everyone in the world God's law and doing their best, like living to the 100% of the God's law. If that happens, then you have this justice and just system. The problem where it breaks down is because there's always people who try to get around it and don't want to do it. But the ideal world is the world where everyone 100% aims up to become, the best version of themselves and the best version of the neighbor to their community.
And that's the law, right? The ultimate law is coming from God. So ultimately, there's the source, and that is defined. So whatever court system we have to uphold would have to align with that to ensure true justice. And anybody that would deviate from that would therefore not holding true to the law.
Okay, hold on. A message to everyone out there: like and follow, like the show, follow the host, like. The more you like, the more people we get in here, and I continue.
So, and to me, that's very interesting because, Rabbi Asher, you were saying it could be disastrous because we as humans, like the way I understand it, and I was looking even from other religious perspective, including the Muslims' perspective, is that you go through life upholding the law that God has given you, and you abide by God's guidance. You continuously ask God for forgiveness. You continuously pray towards God. You do your best. You put your best foot forward, knowing that you are human. You will make mistakes. No such thing as perfection there. And therefore, you are seeking guidance from an ultimate source of mercy. And you're asking for forgiveness from an ultimate source of mercy.
All right, let's move on, man. And we're going to move on just because, it's already, I'm sorry, but you sound like Michael Scott. So Michael Scott, the way he goes into meetings is that he just starts talking and then he hopes at the end there's a point, right? But I mean, he does plan for it at the beginning.
Simple. The point is simple. There cannot be somebody else responsible for your mistakes. It's impossible. It would be a miserable, disastrous world.
So let me finish this way. From what I heard from all of you guys, because I'm not on each side. I understand that what you say Kasuki, is from your own perspective, from a personal. Don't take it as no offense, from a selfish perspective. But from Judaism, it's more of a process. So you are saying, well, what if it's not fair to me or my, this one person? But from what I understand, from Judaism, it is the goal that's important, the good of whole, not just one person. So if one person, the life was not fair to them, or they didn't get rewarded or punished for what they have done, that's a deal for God to decide, how they want to deal with it. He wants to deal with it. But for us as a whole humanity, that's not what we should be concerned with. I don't know. Did I understand this correctly?
I think some parts, some other parts. I feel like I don't want to talk because if I do, Rabbi Asher is going to tell me.
I know. It's time. It's just a time constraint. But so someone's asking some questions online that I just want to respond quickly to. What do I think about Rabbi Kaduri's letter? I mean, I believe Rabbi Kaduri was a Christian, and I believe that the letter is what people claim it is. At least many Christians claim that he believed that Jesus was the Messiah, and I think he's wrong for it. But he's not the only Kabbalist I've ever met who became so Kabbalistically inclined that they included Jesus into his mix. So there.
Hey, Asher, can you make me a mod?
How do I do that?
It should be in your tools.
So while you're looking into that, I have a question as well. I wanted to know, because I understand that I watch a lot. I watch a lot of your lives, and I really enjoy them. I learned a lot, so thank you so much. But I wanted to know. I know that you are saying you prefer people become Christian or Muslim rather than being atheist. Ultimately, you prefer them becoming Jewish as well. I wanted to know why is that, and if what you think it's better for everyone, to make a better world, for them become religious. Why is that? Why atheism, for instance, is not a good choice?
Because societies that have tried to institute atheism or atheistical movements have only hurt the world. And they typically start off by destroying the church or anything that has anything to do with biblical values. I do wish them success, but for some reason they keep on failing. Does this mean that we should continue trying to reinvent the wheel ethically, or at least stick with what works? And those are societies built off of biblical ethics. Although they're not perfect, they're a lot better than what Stalin, Trotsky, Rosa Luxemburg, like all these communists brought to the table. So yeah,
I love it. It does make a lot of sense. So just to clarify, you are saying that even though someone doesn't is not convinced about the God and the whole. And again, I'm very ignorant about Judaism. I know a lot about Islam and some about Christianity, but I'm learning about Judaism. But you are saying even though they don't believe, they are not convinced about the God or whatever, it just makes sense to be on that side for the good of the whole society, the future.
Or even their kids. If you're not convinced of the God of Israel, what? I mean, you're not going to give your kids something to start off life with, like some poor man's philosophy, some just good advice, instead of saying, like, I'm not going to thrust any belief on you. I'm going to let you figure everything out on yourself, by yourself. That means your daughter's going to lose her virginity at the age of 13. I mean, your son's going to behave like an animal because everything is subjective too, right? I mean, who's to say what's misbehavior? No, I mean, I think people live better lives if they adhere to the biblical standard. So there's many atheists in the Jewish world that they put their kids in Jewish schools, religious Jewish schools, because they want to give their kids something, at least a religion that they can tolerate, in case that they become a religion they can't tolerate, like radical Islam or Mormons or something. So yeah, in life, the choice is not between what's perfect and what's horrific, but between what's good and what's better. And I think that Judaism, it's better from that perspective. That's it.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
All right, finally we have something positive out of the last hour. All right. Anyways, I like Islam too, guys. You know, I just think that Judaism is better than Islam. That doesn't mean, I mean, I think Islam's done a lot of good in the world, for sure. Absolutely.
I just don't like the whole concept of a carrot and a stick, that if you're good, you go to heaven. If you're bad, you go to hell. I don't like that approach. It's a very primitive approach.
Yeah, it's too easy to corrupt. That means I could start a religion tomorrow and make hell twice as scary and heaven 20 times more pleasurable. And what? I'm going to get more adherents? I mean, that's stupid. That's not the reason. The reason people should be Jewish over everything else is because we're law-based. We're code-based. We're not feelings-based. Now, there's enough. Anyone who's read the book of Psalms knows that King David sounds like a Pentecostal preacher, right? That we have all the lovey-dovey stuff too. But you can't have compassion without standards. And that's what these guys don't understand. Like on both ends, you know, because you want to punish people because because you're compassionate with the victims. But there's some things that, you know, are out of our control. If you know someone did it, but the court keeps on finding him innocent, I mean, what do you want to do? I mean, this is just the way the world works, right? So we assume that God will take care of him, right? Just the Bible doesn't say, because it wants us to be so earthly minded that it doesn't want us to think that the next place is better than this place. Because if taken to its most illogical conclusion, you have people blowing themselves up to leave this planet to go somewhere else because they think that that place is better than this place. And this is not just a Muslim idea, it's a Jewish idea. It says in Pirkei Avot, and I disagree with the statement, but it says that this world is just a corridor and it's the world to come that's the actual place. That has to be the worst advice I've ever heard any rabbi give, right? But it's there, you know, so that we also have things to work on.
But Rabbi, wouldn't you think that's people's problem of misinterpreting religion, not the religion problem itself?
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, our religion starts and ends with Genesis and Deuteronomy. That's our religion. Okay, everything else is just commentary. If it doesn't appear there,
no. But you said like some people within, like there's problems you got to fix within the community. Some people blow themselves up thinking they're going to go somewhere. But isn't that the problem of the people interpreting where your religion starts and ends?
I don't know if it's a problem. I mean, they're giving a response to an area where the Torah is silent on, right? I mean, people have the right to make stupid decisions, even in the religious world. So it just behooves smarter people to combat bad ideas with good ideas. So stupid ideas are going to arise in Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. But if the smart people stay quiet, then those stupid people, I mean, start making rabbis, and that's what you see on YouTube with Rabbi Mizrahi and Rabbi Yaron Reuven and all the people who are like a bunch of behemoths out there.
Yeah, agreed. No, agreed for sure.
So one other question. So, you know, I agree with you that, you know, it's better than getting into behind a system that, you know, supports your values and give you some sort of protection against like what is going on in today's society, for instance. You know, things don't make any more sense. I completely agree, and I see how that functions. But by doing so, you have to submit to some other stuff that may not make sense to you necessarily. I understand that, you know, you might not know everything, you might not even understand what is best for you or not. But if you use your own judgment, how you should work with that. Let's say if someone wants to become Jewish, or if they want their kids to become Jews as well, then they have to follow some laws that may not make sense to them. So, for instance, in my case, I know that my wife was very much against like circumcision for her son, or like some stuff like that. How you suggest for someone to deal with these? You know, who's becoming Jew or religious, not because they are convinced there is a God.
It's a problem. I don't think that secular people, I don't think you should marry outside of your religion, one. But there's some things you have to put up with to be part of a community. That's just the way it is. However, you should know the difference. That means in your house and to your kids, that you tell them how it is, but tell them, look, not everyone in your community is going to be as sophisticated as you are, or as they're not going to be able to articulate exactly what they believe. But it doesn't mean much to be religious alone. If you're not part of a community, I mean, why? Because making the world a better place is a team effort. You have to unite with like-minded individuals, and you're only as fast as your slowest guy, mentally. And Judaism is geared, every religion is geared like this. I mean, it's geared for the slowest person in the group. And the smarter people suffer because of those slow people. That's just the way it is. That's life.
Yeah, and I think that from that perspective, I 100% also agree that marrying outside of your religion is a massive issue later on, because you're going to have nonstop conflict about how to raise your kids in which way, like, what school you're going to put your kids in, where you're going to go for services, all these kind of things. You have a never-ending issue because you're pulling your kid in two different directions. The kids need structure, and that's why you need both parents to be in the same belief system.
Yeah, makes sense.
It does. Thank you.
All right, welcome, Simcha. It's been a while.
Oh, hi. Wait,
Hi.
Wait, you can hear me? No, I didn't.
Yes.
Did I request that?
No. What?
I'm confused. I'm sitting here cleaning my house and just listening in, and I love it. I was really deeply listening to I don't know who was talking, but it was really, really good questions about, how I don't know, Rabbi, if you've been away from Christianity so long that you forget, how you used to think. But I could kind of relate to like trying to understand, and I think what he was asking was from like a perspective of religion that, we get stuck. Well, I'm not part of it anymore either, but, when I was Christian, I would get stuck on the way Christians think about it. And then there's, like Christianity, and I think Islam is like black and white, whereas I think Judaism is gray. There's dark gray and there's light gray, And I think that's what he was asking about, like how to see things, that it's not so defined. But within the realm of like thinking like a Jewish person, and then, that it's just so different from Christianity and Islam, I think.
That we're here trying to explain things from a Torah perspective.
Yeah.
Most Jews believe very similar to Christians and Muslims about punishment and the afterlife and all this stuff. All right, I'm just telling you, I mean, as someone who teaches the Torah, I make a distinction because I have to have something smart to say. Because if I would just quote what most Jews believe, I mean, it'll be indistinguishable in terms of purpose to Islam and Christianity.
Yeah, and I'm a rationalist, so don't take me as like authority.
Yeah.
I think she got a phone call.
Okay.
I just think it's very difficult. You have to be really interested. And I think for me, when I was deconstructing from Christianity, it just didn't make any sense. Judaism didn't make sense, and I could hear it, but it didn't seem special until I sort of suspended everything, because it says to do that, kind of suspend everything and really, as if you're learning something completely new, as if you know nothing about God. So that's what I did, and I think that really helped. It's really hard to come at it with Christian or Muslim like preformed ideas and try to understand it. I couldn't do that. It just didn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
All right. Let's see. Let's get the ball rolling.
Rabbi, one difference that we have is I don't believe that Christians I don't think that Judaism is really so clear-cut about the afterlife. I think, Christians and Muslims have a very definite idea about the afterlife. I don't think we have this absolute knowledge of what the afterlife is as Jewish people. And as should be, because there is no evidence.
Yeah. Oh, well, not because there's no evidence, but the Torah doesn't say it. Because you could not have evidence and still believe in it from a
Yeah.
like a faith-based perspective.
Yeah.
But it's hard to have faith in something that the Bible doesn't even mention.
Exactly.
So, yeah, it's like Judaism helps you think for yourself. Like, if you think
Yeah.
it's a good idea, then go for it.
Yeah.
So,
And I think one of the things that I learned, correct me if you see this differently, but when I was deconstructing, I started to notice that wherever the Torah or any other part of that I was reading, if it was really oddly, if it was kind of outrageous, it seemed like something much deeper was hidden in that message, and sort of like scripture kind of challenges your morality. So if you're outraged by it, like, how can this be in here, then I think once you look at the rabbinical ideas behind that, you can start to see some other ideas that are like slavery. One of the things that I think it's I can see the image, but I can't remember who the rabbi is that does the podcast, but basically that when people would sell their daughters to slavery, it was giving that daughter an opportunity to be married to the family and to raise her socioeconomic status. I mean, of course, he explained it much better than I am. But
okay. I mean, I teach it differently. I mean, I teach that slavery was a way to proselytize. Every convert is converted to Judaism quasi and could go free whenever he or she wanted if they chose to go all the way.
Yeah.
Which I'm not trying to justify the whole system, but it doesn't sound as primitive as a transatlantic slave trade.
No, and I heard that interpretation by you the other night, and I was like, oh my God, that is so profound.
Yeah, no, but this appears in Jewish law like this. It's not just my opinion. In the Rambam and the Talmud, I mean, this is the understanding. I mean, it's not. Okay. Yeah, no, the Torah doesn't say it. But
no, okay. Yeah, and that's troubling. What is the deeper reasoning? I mean, there's an example of how Judaism interprets scripture, which is amazing. Yeah.
One thing, Rabbi, I'll move myself to audience, so if you want to bring more people up. But I had a suggestion. When you make these backgrounds, don't put text at the bottom because it makes it difficult to read the messages, especially white on black. Thank you very much again.
No problem. I'll fix it. For next time. All right.
It's the proselytizing thing is blocking the chat.
Yeah, I know. Like a Jewish marketer here. I'm trying to use as much real estate as possible.
Yeah, you're trying to fit everything in there. I know. They don't give you a lot of space. That's the problem with TikTok. They don't give you barely any space.
It's written about Jewish merchants, and I'm not talking about just about Shylock and the Merchant of Venice.
The Shakespeare.
So that in England, one reason people disliked the Jews was because their marketing practices. Back then, it was very honorable for a storekeeper to keep his windowsill very clean, very neat. And it was Jewish people who would go and put like glitter and just catch your attention. There was this place on Ben Yehuda that it was a dollar store, right? But in Israel, they don't have dollars, so it was called Shekel Vehetzi. And they would have a speaker all day long blasting you heard it from like almost from Shar Yafo, Shekel Vehetzi, Shekel Vehetzi, Shekel Vehetzi, all day long, just to make that money and putting all decency aside. I don't know. Now I forgot the point of what I'm saying. But yeah, it's whatever. Welcome to the Jewish people.
Reuben, what were you saying that Rabbi was responding to? What did you just say?
Me? I didn't say anything.
Yeah. No. When you spoke earlier, what did you say? Do you remember?
I don't remember now.
Oh,
no.
Okay. We've all forgotten.
I have ADD. Don't rely on me for anything.
I do too. Rabbi? Is it unanimous?
So I don't believe in AD.
Okay.
Well, you can believe it or not, but I have it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think most of these people just need a kick in the butt. So yeah, no, like I'm working on it.
It has nothing to do with the kick in the butt. I get distracted instantly.
Yeah.
No, that means you're male. Right?
Okay.
Well, I'm not male. Reuven, did you have like very demanding parents?
No, I grew up in Russia.
In Russia?
Yeah.
The government was his parents.
Yeah, so growing up there is very different than growing up in U.S. It's a very tough upbringing.
Yes. So that, I mean, it is pretty demanding, yeah.
And he didn't have friends.
I was born
I had friends.
His friends were Trotsky and Stalin.
There you go.
I was born in Yugoslavia. I'm Serbian, so I was 5 when I came to Montreal. So I can a little bit really, I don't know how old you were when you left, but yeah.
I was 18.
Okay, so yeah, the foreign born, well, European, Slavic people are pretty strict with their kids. I mean, they can be overindulging, but they're also have very, punishing ways sometimes.
I grew up in the 80s. I was born in 75. So like when I grew up, there was no such thing as like helicopter parents, because parents were at work and you were kind of on your own, raised by your neighbors,
Yes, me too. Yeah.
So you're 48.
So did you have siblings? It sounds like you're an only child.
Yeah, I'm the only child.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's rough. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just kind of.
78.
Somebody says привет to me in chat, so привет.
Привет, товарищ. Смерть коммунистам.
I agree with that. 100%.
Смерть капиталистам.
Yeah, capitalism is not good.
Capitalism is good. Communism should not exist.
What? Yeah. No.
Death to all communists. Communists are not human.
Yeah, capitalist is better, but it's not perfect.
Oh, nothing's perfect.
Yeah,
this is the difference perfect. But the difference between a leftist and a rational person is that you're seeking utopia and you get nothing. At least a capitalist will deal with the flaws of capitalism just to not destroy this planet. Yeah.
Well, except capitalism, it causes a lot of greed. Well,
capitalism causes greed. Communism causes death.
Communism also causes greed by whoever's running things.
Yeah, but mainly it causes death.
Power. It's too much power. I don't think, as I understand, I don't think that's what's his face that wrote that book about communism. I don't think that what was it called?
Marx? Das Kapital?
Marx, yeah.
Or Communist Manifesto?
As I understand, I don't think that's what he intended. That's not how he intended it. Like it needed to be run by Jewish people because of the ethics of Judaism. And when you have non-Jewish people trying to emulate Judaism.
You have to remember that Karl Marx was, first of all, he was not like a religious observer in any way. He was a fully atheist. Yeah. Marx also never worked a day in his life. He lived off the other people and just thought of things that would be good, but without any practical understanding of it. He was also very anti-Semitic and very racist.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. I mean, in his own words, like if you should read what he said about people of color and of Jews. Like he was very racist, very anti-Semitic.
Yuck. Okay, well then definitely not Jewish.
All right, so Israel was founded to be a socialist country / communist country. And the reason that it wasn't is because all the kibbutzim started to go bankrupt. So it shows that even if Jews are running it, it still doesn't function.
Oh. Well, I thought that's what's supposed to happen. Well, what about Bernie? Like a Bernie Jewish person? Someone who
works. I mean, how is Bernie different from any other socialist?
Well, I mean, he's been fighting for people since the 60s, and he's given the same message always. Fairness for all.
You know what? The only thing that whatever he was talking about doesn't matter. What matters is what he did. And what he did was he amassed a nice wealth for himself without helping anybody. So that's what usually happens in communism. In communism or socialism, whoever is in the control position is going to become more wealthy than anybody in capitalism can become.
Yeah, this is a very hot topic for me because he was ousted, and It seems like Hillary has an awful lot of power, and I don't know, and I mean, I don't think anybody can know exactly how she has so much power. But, she ousted Bernie and then he stepped back. So I don't know what the threat was, but,
Because U.S. politics are clan politics, right? They're all, I don't mean like KKK clan. I mean just clan as in like your family clans, right? If you look at it, Trump is the only one who was the outsider and not even that much of an outsider. Everyone else are part of same families and same connected families.
Yeah, that's
there.
true. That's true. Who
They
did you
just
say was
rotate the seats.
Who did you say was the outsider?
Trump.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, that was a disaster.
And even he's connected in a way. I mean, he was an outsider, but somewhat connected. But everyone else, it's basically same families that've been rotating position of power since the founding of the U.S.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Trump is connected with, the billionaire class. The Republican version of Rabbi, are you
it
Trump
looks like he got a phone call.
No, I'm here.
Yeah. Are you here? It says live is paused.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. I mean, can you see me?
Yeah.
No.
I can see you.
Oh, you can? Okay, it's just for me, I guess.
Ruben, you have a phone call.
No, I'm on the tablet. I don't get calls on
okay.
Yeah, I'm a Trump guy.
You are a Trump guy. Okay.
Yes, I'm also a Trump guy.
You are?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I'm a Bernie fan, so.
Oh boy.
I am steaming still that he got ousted. That was so horrific.
I'm as far to the right as you can get.
Yeah.
I'm to the right of Bush and to the left of God.
Did you say God? I don't know. I think I just have various views based on, just as a therapist, like, having, being supportive of all of minorities. And if I don't understand it, then I have to study what they are so that I can be supportive.
I'm supportive of individuals. I don't care if they're majority, minority, or anything else. I'm pro-individualism.
That's nice. Yeah, that's nice. You're right. Yeah, I agree. But especially, when minorities are being attacked, that is, sort of what I do for a living is, be an ally to those people. And so I do use TikTok for that purpose, like to provide education on trans, which you talked about, Rabbi. Can I give some information on that? No? Do you want to hear it?
That would be antithetical to what we're trying to do, right?
Yeah,
that's a different religion.
I'm not a fan of the trans thing.
Can I just
it's a new religion, really.
All right, go for it. And we're going to lose a big chunk of the audience.
I'm going to give you biological stuff, okay? So when they've tested the brains of people that had transgender they found that they had brain parts of the opposite sex. When they do
Wait, what do you mean brain parts of the opposites? Can you explain what that means? Because I never heard of that.
Yeah, there's 4 different sections of the brain, and for women, they're smaller or larger. 2 of them are smaller or larger than men, and then the other 2 is the opposite. They're, so they're different sizes, and people with trans, they are the size of their the sex that they identify with.
So. You're saying
honestly,
that gender dysphoria is in some way proven by some sort of CAT scan?
Yes.
Honestly, though, you have to admit that right now we know less about function of the brain and brain activity than we do about surface of Mars. All this is like fringe theories and nothing else.
Well, no, it's actually proven. They've spliced cadaver brains and they looked at them. And then they have definitive. Okay, here, let me explain it this way. So there are some people who have intersex condition. They're born with both genitalia to some extent. There's like complete intersex. There is partial intersex. So their genitalia can be uncertain or just vague. And they used to, I don't know, I hear that they still sometimes do surgeries, but they're supposed to not do surgery until the person's older because they can, they might want to, the physician might want to choose something that would be an easier surgery, but that isn't how the person grows up and feels. So there is transgender that can happen. So their chromosomes can be different from their identity with the intersex condition. Sometimes they're the chromosomes that they are, sometimes they're not. So sometimes it affects the brain, sometimes it does not. Okay, that's one thing.
But you're talking now something completely separate. Are we talking physical, or are we talking the brain activity? Those two separate things now, right? Because you switched topic.
No, well, in transgender is considered a partial or mild intersex condition that affects the brain only. It is been pinpointed as something that happens in the second month of gestation. But what you're saying is, so the only people you consider valid trans is somebody who's an intersex who was born with both genetically. No.
So we're going back to brain activity, because it's two separate topics. That's what I'm saying.
Well, okay, so people with complete intersex condition have, you can't tell whether they're male or female, or they have both genitalia to some extent. Some people have intersex, and it's not clear unless you would do some body imaging stuff, and you would find, this is irregular, and so this person is really intersex, if it's a mild condition. Someone who's intersex can also be trans, like different identity from their genetic.
I understand, but I'm asking because you switched topic. So we're no longer talking about somebody whose brain activity is different. You specifically talking just about intersex, which is a minute fraction of the trans group, right?
Absolutely. Yes. So my point is that trans is considered a type of intersex, that it only affects the brain, not any, other physical parts, just the brain.
Okay, so the brainwave thing, that's just a correlation study, right? The correlation is not an evidence for anything.
So they have the brain waves. They've also done cadaver studies. And if somebody has...
Simcha, I want to also say, so these studies are fundamentally wrong, in my opinion, because they are saying, okay, these people are in this group, let's study their body, their brain, whatever, to see if there is any correlation. That's a complete opposite way of
it's a bias study.
Of a scientific approach, because there is obviously something special about this group that puts them in the same bucket. So just finding what is special about them to make it so it is a real thing, because I'm not making any claims, but there are claims that saying it's a mental illness or something like that. You can use the same study and results to prove the same thing, saying, okay, it's not a proof of transsexuality is a valid thing, but that it's a mental...
so here's
an overall, let me just say, it's an overall faulty study approach, right? You cannot have a conclusion and then create a correlation study to find evidence for your conclusion. That type of study is completely invalid in any type of scientific
here's another one. Some women, they're born female, right? Baby girls who have androgen insensitivity syndrome. So even though they have androgens in their body does not register it. And so they are girls, but they have XY male chromosomes. They are naturally born trans, surgery and all. Except if it's a complete...
But we're not talking about them. You're bringing like fringe examples to classify the whole group, right?
So
the group is not like...
Sometimes androgen insensitivity women do have a feeling that they're male, and most of the time they feel female in their identity that matches their body. They will have one internal testicle. What I'm trying to say is not to be stuck on the various things that I'm saying as evidence, but that I'm saying that there is diversity, that biologically we are diverse.
No, but what you're talking about is biological genetic anomalies, which do exist. Nobody's disputing that. But that's not majority of the group. That's a a small fraction of the group.
Okay,
We're
so
going to lose everybody for sure.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
we should
I
switch
know.
to Judaism.
Judaism is
No, but we
better.
did already 10
Judaism's
minutes of it at
better.
least.
Okay.
We did 10 minutes of this, so we could claim to cover all topics here.
It's a new religion. I mean, in fact, we were still arguing religion that Judaism is better because this is a new religion that has a belief, and Judaism is better than religion of leftist progressivism.
And honestly, this is one of the reasons I'm thinking, I mean, one of them, not the only one. One of the reasons I'm thinking, hey, maybe there are reasons that these religions have survived, thousands of years, because we have gone through, and it's like gives you the shield, the protection that you need against these kind of stuff. This is not the only one, of course. And there are, I'm a fan of science myself. I see stuff in science. I mean, there are things in Bible that scientifically seems like they don't make sense. But if you know the science, they actually, I mean, there are a few things that gives me goosebump, really, when I think about it.
I mean, I'm an engineer. I deal with data studies all the time.
Yeah.
So I know how to interpret data, and I know how to interpret studies. That's the problem, that these kind of studies, they're completely unscientific, because you have an idea, and then you conduct a study to prove your idea, and you prove it with a correlation. That would be thrown out anywhere. That's not how you do any kind of study.
Fitting or data, fine tuning. I mean, there is obvious. I mean, it is obvious that there is an agenda. If to a fair person, know why they are pushing this agenda. That's a real question for me.
Destruction of the family unit.
I think the answer to that would be that people have been historically in the closet, and we're in an age where the younger people are accepting these things, and we are shocked as a society that so many people are coming out this way, and when actually they've always been here. They just have been
popularity also.
Right, but there are all sorts of people. There are all sorts of desires. As you said, we are not all the same, and there, even though we have some of personality out of closet, there are a lot more that we are still keeping in the closet. The thing is that who has decided that these ones need to be out of closet, the rest of the people stay in the closet. And these decisions are made by a few without kind of taking the opinion of the rest of the population.
If somebody's suffering and they are they're suffering, they have 1 in 3 suicide rate, they have
and that's very interesting, but apparently it has not changed. So even for those who come out of the closet, they have still the same rate.
Are you sure about that?
That's not the point here anyway. We're talking about more of like what the outcomes are and the purposes are, and we could clearly see correlation between this progressive push and the destruction of family unit across the Western world, and that is the big concern that everybody should have.
So people living their individual lives has zero effect upon families. How do you mean it?
I didn't say that the people have the effect. I said the push.
So the
agenda.
Yeah, I think you're confusing push with people that are saying, let's accept this minority group and let them out of the closet.
No one said not to accept anybody. I've never met a person who refused to accept somebody.
Well, they're typically rejected by families. They're homeless. They're usually unable to afford any sort of intervention. They're killed. They're beaten.
Nobody. I agree with Ruben. Nobody. I mean, we are all for freedom and everything, and everybody should live the way they want. What we disagree with is pushing, making it to an agenda that everybody knows should behave this way. Or everybody, like for instance, what's happening in schools, or the stuff that doesn't make sense, like this situation with the athletes having to. This is stuff, honestly, fairly do not make sense, and it's really weird that as a society we have to even spend time on deciding if men transition to women should be allowed to compete against women. It just doesn't make even sense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have an opinion on that. If somebody, I don't really care.
I think after we should
I don't
really
really
switch
care
back
if
to religion.
I mean, I don't know what, maybe some people are against that. I don't know where, maybe they have their own, like,
But that's the
androgynous group.
problem.
Maybe they have their own.
You are saying I care about one part of the problem,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
when it comes the problems associated with what you are
Yeah.
fighting for, you are saying I
Yeah.
don't care.
Okay,
Well,
all right.
I'm not an
So
athlete.
new topic, guys, new topic.
I'm not an
Yeah, we
athlete.
need to
I just want
switch
to
back
say
from this.
what I
There's
mean by I
Alhamdulillah.
don't care. I'm not an
there's
athlete.
500 lives right now about trans issues. You could just go to any of them. We're talking about Judaism.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
but the
let's
people
talk
wouldn't
about
look as
Judaism.
good
You're right.
looking as we are.
I just wanted to say that. Okay, boom. I'm done. I'm
Okay.
done with that. Okay.
Guys, like and follow. Check this out.
I'm a convert to Reform Judaism which Rabbi disagrees with.
Okay. Now, I had to write this backwards for it to come out, because if you write it normal, for some
Oh
reason.
my gosh, you did.
Yeah, you
Very,
brilliant.
very smart.
Yeah, I'm a genius.
Smart. Look, I'm like, why am I the only one liking? There's 46 people in here. Come on, help me.
Guys, like the room.
Yeah,
follow
like
the
the
host.
room, everybody.
So, Sunday mornings I give a class for Indians and Pakistanis. We have hundreds of people in India and Pakistan. Yeah, I mean, I go to India every year to build up the communities there. And I wrote down the topics that I spoke about this morning just to keep myself on track. And I'm going to cover some of these topics now. One is Israeli politics, not in terms of the politics themselves, but most people think that if you convert to Judaism, you have to support the state of Israel. This is not true. Okay, I just know that. I also covered like tzniut, like Jewish dress, meat and dairy, what the Talmud is, what Tanakh is, how to relate to Jesus or Islam. So let's start with Israeli politics. Guys, look, I support the state of Israel, but if for some reason you're just not convinced, that should not be a stumbling block to you coming to Judaism. You could be a straight anti-Zionist and still convert to Judaism. Okay, just know that. This is why the show is not political. By definition, if you're Jewish, it doesn't mean that you're going to support the state of Israel. However, the vast majority of Jews who do not support the state of Israel still live in the land of Israel. Like Satmar and Neturei Karta, most of them live in Jerusalem. Now, they'll say that they were there before Israel became a state. So it's like, the Israelis should leave. So you could still visit the land. But anyways, groups like the religious Jews that don't support the state of Israel don't do it because they feel they're mistreating the Palestinians. That's not why they don't support the state of Israel. They know it's BS, the whole Bollywood claim. So when people see ultra-religious Jews marching alongside Palestinians, they're not saying that the Israelis are in some way instituting apartheid or any of that stuff. They're strictly not endorsing the state of Israel because of Talmudic teachings. And really Torah teachings, right? I mean, it kind of makes sense. If God exiles you from the land of Israel, it's hard to believe that he's going to bring you back with a bunch of communists who don't believe in God. I get it. Okay, so just know that. It's not a given that as a Jew, you have to support the state of Israel. The truth is, most rabbis probably won't convert you like if you're an anti-Zionist, but they're not going to ask you. And they're not going to ask you, how do you feel about Israel? I mean, they'll probably ask you if you believe in Jesus or not, but they don't probably care. I mean, if you're Reformed, well, if you're conservative, they'll probably ask you. I mean, conservative Jews are very Zionist. Next, Jewish dress. Okay. What's the Jewish uniform? For women is a skirt below the knees and a shirt under the elbow. Is that the law? Not necessarily. I mean, but the law doesn't say anything about skirts. It says that you shouldn't see the outline of a woman's body. There's some pants that kind of cover the outline better than some skirts, but I'm just telling you, it's become a uniform that if you're a Jewish girl, Orthodox Jewish girl, you have to wear a skirt below the knees. Some people go as further as to say that you have to cover your leg with stockings, and that you shouldn't wear open-toed shoes. Okay, the consensus in Israel, at least, is a skirt below the knees and a shirt below the elbow. And the real religious women will wear a shirt up to the collarbone. Right? But some of them will drop it a little bit. Fine. The law is that women have to cover their hair. The law, as it's interpreted today, is that only married women cover their hair, which is not how it appears in Shulchan Aruch. It's not how it appears in the Talmud. It's not how it appears in Mishneh Torah, but whatever. Don't be weird. Right? I have a daughter. She goes to religious school. I don't send her with her hair covered. But nowadays, the way it's practiced is that married women cover their hair. If you're not married, you don't have to cover your hair. right? Even though the law is probably that you do, but whatever. Okay, so just know that. Jewish dress for men, you don't have to have a beard, you don't have to have peyot, you don't have to wear a black hat, you don't have to wear a black suit. Anyone who does that, it's because you're looking, okay, 2 reasons. Well, 3 reasons, I guess. It's because they either come from this world, that's their community that they came from in Europe, so they're paying tribute to that, and they didn't deviate from the system. We're talking about somebody like returns to Judaism or converts to Judaism and they suddenly start wearing a black hat. They're doing it for status, for people to say, ooh, look how pious he is. Apple pious, cherry pious. That's a joke. Yes, so you don't need a beard. You don't need to wear all black, especially if you live in South Florida, right? What else? Head coverings, according to Jewish law, are optional. That's a halacha. It's halacha that it's optional. Okay. So the Rambam brings on head coverings, but he calls it midat hasidut, like something nice to do to be like our sages. But there's no halacha to wear a kippah. There's no halacha, for a man to cover their head. There's a practice that's also called midat hasidut, midas hasidus, that in the morning one should wrap themselves in their talit, and it's called atifat Ishmaelim. That it's the wrapping of the Ishmaelites, like Bedouins would wrap themselves. But that's also a nice thing to do because the talit gadol is also not part of halacha. It was invented. People's titiot were tied to their beged, to their clothing, because people wore 4-cornered garments. So it's just whatever. So what else? So we covered Israeli politics. We covered Jewish dress. What else did Jews wear? Okay, a talit katan is also optional. You're seeing people that walk around with the tzitzit coming out of their pants, right, from under their shirts. This is it's a little vest that people wear. It's like a little poncho that was invented by the Arizal. It's not a halacha. The halacha is that if you have clothing that has 4 corners on it, then you must put on these fringes on it, but not to create a garment just so you could put on fringes. And what you shouldn't do, which is what Chabad actually does, is that if you have a garment that has 4 corners, you're not supposed to round off the edges just so it's not liable for tzitzit on it. And this is what to do with their kapadas, because kapadas have 4 corners actually, and they'll go to like their tailor and they'll round off one of the corners. Okay, all right. So we dealt with kippot, we dealt with the talit katan. What else regarding clothing? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, a gartel. I skipped that one this morning. Well, I don't think they know what a gartel is anyways. So Hasidic Jews have this practice of wearing a gartel when they pray. It's kind of like a belt, like a black belt, right? That's actually a halacha. Not that you have to wear a gartel, but that there has to be a separation between your upper half and lower half. Some people believe that a regular belt fulfills that requirement, or I don't know, your underwear fulfills that requirement. But Hasidic Jews embellish the idea, so they wear a gartel. Fine. That's not so out of this world. Let's see, what else? I'm losing the audience with these. I suddenly start talking
deep
about
into
Torah.
halacha.
Yeah, no, I think we should talk about trans more. Like, we'll get more people. People like the show and follow the host. Like the show, follow the host. All right. Okay, meat and dairy. This is basic. Jews don't mix dairy products with meat products, right? That's a given. When a Jew eats meat, he has to wait 6 hours before eating dairy. That's at least how it's taught by the Rambam. And he doesn't say 6 hours, he says about 6 hours. And Shulchan Aruch is 90% Rambam, so it's just reiterating what the Rambam says. The truth is the Talmud doesn't make, it doesn't give a time of separation. It seems according to the Talmud, you could eat meat, rinse out your mouth, and then eat dairy again. There you go. That's basically all the opinions, but I would say 99% of Jews who are religious holds to 6 hours. The second most popular opinion is 3 hours, which is what Yekes do, like German Jews. And the Dutch Jews keep 1 hour between meat and dairy. There is no separation between dairy and meat.
Rabbi, people in comments asking why separation between meat and dairy.
So essentially an embellishment of a statement in the Torah that one shouldn't boil a kid in its mother's milk. Does that literally tell us that we have to not separate meat and milk? Not necessarily. Okay, but it seems that the rabbis chose to illustrate that command by instituting this practice. The Rambam says that it was an actual practice. It was a form of idolatry to cook a calf in its mother's milk. Truth be told, nowadays, I mean, if someone's going to say that that's where it came from, when someone eats a cheeseburger, what are the chances that the cheese or the milk that's in that cheese is in some way related to the burger? None, right? So from that perspective, the rabbis will acknowledge that the way it's kept today is completely rabbinic. They instituted it as a rabbinic enactment to not mix it at all. So there you go. You know, I mean, you could always put fake cheese on your burger. Some people want a lot of that because they'll say it's like Mars Hayan. It's like, it looks like you're endorsing something that's not allowed, but it's technically allowed. You can put cheese on your burger that's cheese, or like real cheese and fake burger. All right, next. Wait, why are you proselytizing?
Rabbi, what about chicken or fish and milk?
Yeah, all right. I'll get to that right now. Someone's asking why I'm proselytizing, because there's nothing in Judaism, even Orthodox Judaism, that prohibits proselytizing. Nothing. There's just hearsay. Hearsay, hearsay, hearsay. So, Ms. Simcha has a good question. How about chicken? It says don't cook a kid in his mother's milk, but chickens don't lactate. So, what's the deal here? According to the Rambam, the reason we don't eat dairy with chicken is because lest you come to confuse chicken with beef. However, it seems that the Talmud has a different approach to it, because there was a rabbi in the Talmud who lived in a community where everyone ate poultry or people didn't have an issue that mixing poultry and cheese. This individual was Yossi HaGalili. Yeah, but no one does it, right? But it's a good point, and I consider it gray area, even though the Rambam says not to do it, and everyone sort of follows the Rambam. The Talmud says that there was other people who didn't do it. Now, dairy and fish, both dairy and fish and meat appears as what's called a sakana, that it's unhealthy for you to do, which has been disproven, which is why most people, unless, for example, Sephardim are big on not mixing, I believe, dairy with fish. And Ashkenazim are big in not mixing fish with meat. This is why, like if you go to eat in someone's house for Shabbos, they'll first, you will have a plate on top of a plate, right? The plate on top will be the plate for fish, and then you will have, separate forks for that fish. They serve the fish, you eat the fish, and they throw out the plate and the forks, right? They're assuming they're plastic. And then you could eat the meat. And that's because there was an understanding that it made you sick, that it was unhealthy. But as the Rambam brings down, anything brought down by the rabbis regarding health, if it's disproven by later authorities, it's disposable. But again, because of tradition, people still do it. So there you go.
Yeah, we eat lox with cream cheese all the time. That's like the most Jewish food you can get, is the smoked salmon with cream cheese.
So I think that's by Ashkenazim, but I think Sephardim wouldn't, traditional Sephardim, I don't think would eat that. Yeah, I think. Hold on, wait a minute. Well, let's ask the traditional Sephardi. So, what do you guys eat, like fish with dairy?
Renzi, do you eat smoked salmon with cream cheese? I think she got a call.
Oh, fine. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they view it like a sakana, like something that makes you sick and you shouldn't do.
It doesn't sound good. Fish.
What, the bagel with cream cheese and salmon? That's so good. What are you talking about? It's like one of the tastiest things you can have.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, in New York. But I was thinking about fish and like milk and stuff.
Well, but that's fish and milk, right?
Yeah. So it's yeah. So it says yeah. So even the Ben Ish Chai says not to do it. But again, it's Sfardim. I mean, Ashkenazim are big on it. Oh, welcome back.
Yeah, but Sfardi get Kitniyot and Ashkenazi don't. So there it balances out.
Right. Or you could follow me and just do whatever's easy.
I eat Kitniyot.
How can you not have Bamba like during Pesach?
I mean, I also add water to matzah. Like I make matzah babka during Pesach. There's no, I don't understand why Chabad doesn't do it. They're crazy.
You eat gebrux, but you eat gebrux.
Yeah, but there's no problem with it. Like
it's Shulchan Aruch Harav. The Shulchan Aruch Harav.
I know.
Most people don't know that there's Shulchan Aruch Harav, Kitzur Shulchan Aruch. There's only one Shulchan Aruch, right? I mean, that's the Yosef Karo. But the Baal Tanya came out with his own version of Shulchan Aruch, known as Shulchan Aruch Harav. And then there's Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, which has nothing to do with Shulchan Aruch. And it's just become a term like kosher. Now we have a lot of kosher pickles. Oh, no, she doesn't.
I think she was getting phone calls. I think that the prohibition that they get had to do with being afraid that there's potentially flour that wasn't fully cooked, right? And then the water can't get on it. Is that why they banned?
Right. And that's why they invented hard matzah, by the way. The matzah was always soft, right? But Kabbalists, to cook all the matzah, well, less, only because you have some flour that wasn't cooked, what doesn't mean that it takes on the status of chametz. They made cracker matzahs, which, you can't make a Hillel sandwich out of without making a mess.
Correct.
And it's all burnt. So, Timanim and Moroccans and all this stuff always had soft matzahs.
I started making soft matzah a few years ago, and I saw the video from David Baruch Chaim. Yeah, I started making soft matzah also.
Yeah. I ate hard matzah because I ate by Lubavitch, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, but I went to a Sephardi house, but they also had hard matzah.
Yeah,
but at home, I ate soft matzah.
Yeah, no, they've sold out.
But at least they didn't put it in Ziploc bags, so,
Lubavitchers have a practice that they also put the wine in a paper bag. Because there's this notion of yayin nesech, that a Gentile who in some way touches your wine, it's like you can't drink it anymore. According to the Zohar, if they look at the wine, assuming it's not mavushal, if they look at the wine, you can't drink it anymore. So Chabad will mamish put it in a paper bag like a wine, like they're drinking a 40.
So how do you go to a kosher restaurant? How do you go to a kosher restaurant and they serve you wine?
No, you put it in a paper bag.
No, it's mavushal.
What do you mean? Wine... If I go to a kosher steakhouse and the waiter's not Jewish and he's pouring the wine in the glass, I can't drink it?
But it's mavushal.
Okay, so mevushal means cooked, right? So wine that's cooked, Gentiles can handle it. But the more expensive kosher wines, they're always in the back section of the kosher market, and it's only handled by Jews, and it's a lot more expensive. And these are wines straight from Israel. Well, not necessarily straight from Israel, but they have special wrappings on it also. So that wine cannot be touched by a Gentile. So the halacha is that we're fearful of libations, right? Yayin nesach means that a Gentile would offer that wine to their God. But the understanding, according to halacha, is that a Gentile would not offer a wine that was cooked, i.e. even pasteurized, because it's a dilution of the wine. Like the Avodah Zarah doesn't want it. So then they said that amongst the Gentiles, that we should always cook our wine, so then there's no fear of them using it for idolatry. Yeah. So Ashkenazim, some people think that the reason Tosfos says Christianity is not idolatry for Gentiles is that most Ashkenazim in Europe were involved in the wine business. So it's technically, only Aser Bahana, you can't sell it if they're mamish idolaters. So if a Gentile touches the wine, but he's not an idolater, you still can't drink it, but you can still sell it. But this is why some people say why Ashkenazim came to the conclusion that Christians were not idolaters, or then it would destroy their crops, while Jews in Muslim countries weren't involved in the liquor business. So, There's always Jews trying to make money in every story. So whatever.
Yeah. In Muslim countries, we were doing jewelry and meat.
Oh, there you go. You know the Yemenite. You've seen Yemenite jewelry? It's like with their little.
My grandpa made gold, or he cut stones and made gold. And so one of the biggest families in Syria. Also, they were the best. They're the best butchers in Syria, and for the whole Jewish community, and they still are till this day.
And the Muslims could eat it also because it's halal. Right?
Yeah,
kosher is halal for them. Yeah.
That's why you see, like, they say that the Sephardic and Mizrahi Jews are better at butchering and getting better parts of the animal than the Ashkenazim are.
Yeah, and robbing people in Israel, with knives. No. All those skills of being a shochet for so long.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it says in the Talmud, it says that if you have a taiva for blood, like if you were like, I don't know, like you watch a lot of war movies or something, like you should be a shochet, to kind of like get your.
I listen to serial killers all the time.
Most women do. And most women love like true crime stories. For some, I don't know.
I can't watch paranormal stuff. Like ghosts and exorcisms and stuff like that. I can't. It's
not a coincidence that these serial killers, they marry women in jail. I mean,
but
you don't see it the other way around.
Like it. I'm not attracted to it. A lot of women are attracted to these type of people, but I'm more so interested in the psychological. Like, why do they do these things?
No, because there are no Syrian serial killers. But if they were, well, then your community will accept them.
It's just fascinating, like to see like.
I love talking to cult leaders. Whenever there's a cult
leaders, I watch those kind of documentaries also.
I've interviewed more cult leaders than anyone. The last one was this guy, Sammy the Messiah, this Indian guy who walks around, even in Israel, saying that he's the Messiah. It fascinates me how so many people follow them. And I want to be convinced, right? I would love to talk to Charles Manson. Do it on me. It's like the George... Like, you ever seen Seinfeld? Like when like the cleaning crew, there was this cult that went around cleaning your carpets for free, and then like George said, "They can't fool me." What?
I remember that.
Yeah. And then they didn't even try to convert George, and he's like, "Why? Because they didn't want him in his like."
Do you consider the Scientology a cult?
I don't know enough about it.
Oh, it's so creepy. You have to watch the documentary. It's so weird. What they believe. It's like they don't believe in doctors. They don't believe in like.
You know how it came to be? It was two sci-fi authors, Ron Hubbard and Arthur Clarke, and they had a bet of which one of them could create a new religion. And Ron Hubbard, he created the new religion, Scientology, and became became basically a hostage of it.
Robbing people. They had people donating tons of money to their thing, and then they would recruit people who would want to become Scientologists, and they would lock them up in like this like resort kind of thing, like a rehab or whatever, and they would like teach them the religion, and it was very weird. Like they made a lot of money off innocent people.
Like the Dogecoin of religions. Somebody starts it as a joke and becomes serious.
Yeah.
Well, so we were talking about dairy and fish in the Sephardi world. But do you guys eat it? No, right?
So on our Shabbat we eat fish first, meat after. We don't put it on the table together. Like you said, we have 2 plates.
Yep.
And then
that's fish and dairy.
So dairy, and we started eating it in our community. Like I don't think it's so strict anymore.
But a
lot of people eat it.
Yeah, and I thought it was only a 2-hour. Is it only a 2-hour wait now?
No, for meat and dairy.
For meat and dairy is 6 hours.
We don't change halakha. It is the same way it's in Talmud. It doesn't change.
Right. Well, in that case, it does change.
It's always
the Talmud doesn't give a separation. But the Rambam says 6 hours. Shulchan Aruch says 6 hours. But Yekes hold 3 hours, and Dutch Jews wait 1 hour.
Isn't it because like they just go by the way how long the body digests so that it doesn't mix?
Yeah. So I think that's it may have been the Rambam's reasoning because he says around 6 hours. He never even says 6 hours. But the Talmud doesn't.
How long they believe
So to
back
be
then,
so
right?
to be safe, we wait 6 hours because that's how long it takes the body to digest the food. But my thing is, why isn't it the other way? Why can't we?
Halacha is logical.
She has a Yiddish cup.
Yeah, not every halacha is logical. There's plenty of them that makes no sense.
Yeah. No, but it doesn't give that reason really in the halacha. That's what some people say to justify it. Because the Rambam, the Talmud doesn't make a distinction. According to the Talmud, like, you could eat meat, like rinse out your mouth, and then eat dairy. But then, whatever, everybody follows the Rambam. Shulchan Aruch is 90% Rambam. So, whatever.
Rambam's the best.
I was the Yeke. So then I would wash before Kiddush, and I waited 1 hour, no, 3 hours between like meat and dairy. And I was gonna move to Washington Heights or whatever, where all the Yekes live, and then I don't know what happened.
You couldn't find anywhere better than Washington Heights?
Well, that's where your KAJ is based out of. Broyers. Yeah, no, Washington Heights is where all the Yekes live. That's where like KAJ synagogue is, the Knesset, whatever. I don't live in New York. I wouldn't live in New York, so forget about it.
Yeah, I'm trying to get out of here.
So where are you?
Trying to get out of here.
Out of where?
Out of New York.
New York. Oh, I thought you were like, talking about something else. Yeah. Well, everyone's moving to South Florida, and just don't bring your politics on here. I'm saying you, but most Jews.
All the Jews that moved already raised the prices of the housing, so there goes that.
Yeah.
So that's not looking good either. Boca and Miami are looking like the prices of the homes are looking just like Brooklyn right now. It's not normal.
Yeah. All right, next topic, guys.
And also Miami will be underwater in 50 years, Rabbi?
Here we go. The left. We'll stay in the Midwest for those politics. All right.
I'm not.
If you prefer tornadoes, stay in the Midwest.
I don't. I hate it. I love Miami.
Earthquakes on the West Coast or snow blizzards on the upper.
I'm all East Coast.
I like snow, but I'm in Michigan.
All right, so next topic.
Question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I really like your version of Judaism, the way that you're, teaching it. I have learned a lot again. I was wondering how much time commitment it takes to be Jew, like per day or per week. I don't know all the ceremonies and everything that goes into it.
So it's a handful if you want to live in a Jewish community. If you want to be Jewish alone, well, you can't, because in order to convert, you have to live walking distance to a synagogue. So I don't know. If you want to stand out, you have to know something. My advantage was living in Israel. And if I didn't live in Israel, I wouldn't know it's just being in Jerusalem day in and day out. You live and breathe Torah. I worked for an outreach organization. I was surrounded by rabbis. If it wasn't for that, I'd be intimidated. Plain halacha is very easy to keep, especially like if you go straight by the Mishnah. You don't even have to count extra days. I'm not encouraging this, for women, but in terms of nida, it's like 7 days tops, and there's no extra, counting for whatever. It's very easy. But if you go by Shulchan Aruch and just do what every Jew does, it's not hard, okay? And it's quite interesting. I think this is how the human mind is geared. They want challenges, right? It's more purposeful. It makes you more aware of everything. If every time before you eat, you have to say a blessing, you live a more conscious existence. Well, the average person can't even remember what they ate for breakfast, but you have to constantly remember, okay, like I ate 6 hours ago, this and that, I have to get food for Shabbos. And it's about being in a community that makes it that much easier. If you're doing it alone, it's very depressing. Yeah, but it's doable. It's for sure doable. And the reward of converting to Judaism is huge. People don't talk about it because they think that it should all be faith-based. No, convert because it's better for you and your family. I've only worked for Jewish people since I converted. And yeah, I mean, surrounded by wealthy Jews. There's so many doors that have opened for me. I mean, I was able to learn in yeshiva for free. Most people don't know that. Like, if you don't have money, you don't got to pay. 20 years ago, I went and I stayed, and no one in Israel ever asked me if I was a convert. Now, it's true. I mean, I passed for a Sephardi Jew, but I tell everyone I'm a convert. I'm not. I keep it real. But yeah, there's definitely perks. Now, there's crappy Jews, but there's crappy everybody. But overall, it's been a positive experience.
I see. Very interesting. So, I mean, in addition, what I meant was, for instance, in Islam, you have to pray 5 times a day, and then in Christianity, you have to go to church once a week. I wanted to know what it takes, what it is like in the Jewish world.
So it's very similar. Men don't have to go to the synagogue every day. That you could pray alone if you wanted to. Okay, it's just easier to pray when you're surrounded with people than, I guess you could pray the fast version of the prayers. There's like a fast Hamidah that you could pray if you don't have time, that most people don't even know exists because it doesn't appear in most prayer books. But just, having friends, I go to synagogue and I bring a book. I pray what I have to pray and then I just read, right? And then whatever. It's just because I'm the guy in the synagogue who walks around talking to people because I get frustrated if I have to sit for more than 30 minutes. But yes, that you don't have to go to
3 times a day.
The what?
3 times a day.
Actually, 5 still.
Like
It's
Marv.
5 if you count.
Yeah, so Marv is a reshus. It's not obligatory to daven Marv. This is the halacha.
But if you miss second prayer, you pray third. I call it.
Yeah, that's if you miss mincha.
I don't call it Ma'ariv. I call it Arbit. Yeah.
But if you really take into account, you also have a prayer when you wake up and you have a prayer before you go to sleep, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's just a Shema.
Yeah.
It's still a prayer, right?
Something we learned from childhood that's like memory. You don't.
It's not just Shema. You say a few more things besides Shema, but in general, it is a prayer. It's just a short individual prayer, but it's still a prayer.
You're like, if praying is going to keep people from converting to Judaism, just because they're going to miss a few prayers, and you're not even supposed to pray, like, if you're not all there. Like, if you're traveling, they're saying that you're not obligated to, because you have to have, like, what's called kavanah. You have to, like, focus. So,
wait till you try taking the subway in New York in the morning. All of us are in our phone, in our Siddur apps praying.
You're frummies, huh? Yeah, no, if I don't feel it, I don't feel it. I'm not. I'm not so machmir in that area. In my neighborhood, 2 houses down, there's a synagogue. But it's Sephardi, so I stay out of that one. I went to that synagogue. I almost got in a fight with an Israeli. I hate Israelis, man. There's some beautiful Israelis, but overall, they're very difficult people. This is why I left Israel. I could deal with the terrorism and the bombs. I can't deal with getting ripped off and walking into a store like a makolet and not seeing a price on anything. And they look at you and they give you a price. I'm like, freaking Israeli. Yes, I'll say it because I could get away with saying it, but I guess this is speaking Lashon Hara on the Jewish people. But get your act together, people. Oh, did I say that out loud?
Shame.
Well, it's, I call it like it is. I've seen the best of both worlds. And I lived in a yeshuv that was very modern and the people were very nice, right? But Israelis are difficult,
How are we going to own the media if we don't rip each other off?
And what does that mean?
I'm kidding.
In Israel, nobody owns anything.
I'm saying, they're like this here. If you go into a kosher supermarket here also.
Yeah, they give you the bag for you to bag it. I'm like, we're not in Israel. Bag my groceries, Israel,
But like if you go in, everything's double the price. Then if you go to ShopRite, ShopRite has a whole kosher section.
So that's the argument for converts, right? Supply and demand. If you had more people buying kosher food, it'll be cheaper. If you had more kids in cheder or whatever, it's cheaper tuition. It's a win-win for everybody. If you're single and you're looking for a spouse, you have the choice of a Korean convert, Puerto Rican convert. Mix it. It's like a cholent of possibilities. It's or the hamim of have to make it culturally appropriate for their students.
Understand what what cholent is?
Making sure. It's actually
it's different. What's different than that place in Canada?
What?
I'd rather be in Canada. Look at the landmass of Canada.
Yeah, there's a lot of Jews in Canada also.
Don't need to be no Israel.
Yeah, no, Thornhill in the house.
There you go.
Thornhill. Oh, so you are Canadian, Mr. French Toast?
I'm from the East Coast.
Okay, all right.
East Coast French toast.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, but the East Coast of Canada?
Yeah, exactly. East
like
Coast.
Nova Scotia?
Nah, New Brunswick.
I own land in New Brunswick. I bought a piece of land on the border of Maine.
Border of Maine.
Yeah. I mean, I flew into Portland, Maine, and I requested like a 4-wheel drive, whatever, because it was snowy, and they upgraded me to a Cadillac.
Yeah,
so
you were saying that you ride around.
Yeah, right. So I'm riding around this little sort of hick town with this brand new Cadillac, and I go into the border, and they pull me out of the car. They strip my car for 3 hours. They go through my phone, and I'm telling them, I don't give you a right to go through my phone. And they're like, well, we don't have to let you into Canada either. So I'm like, all right, look to the phone. Whatever. They didn't find anything. They told me that in this area, people cross the border because people grow pot around there a lot, right? It's like, it's not like Vancouver. Vancouver, I mean, I've driven back and forth. It's like very sophisticated, but like New Brunswick is very farmish, whatever. And they stopped me on the way back.
Nobody understands this shit.
Yeah.
Like we're all, like it's not the regular spot in Canada. New Brunswick isn't regular. Spot. It's patriarchy. You're either working for the Irvins or you're part of the natives out here.
Wow, I mean, you really sound Canadian.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're real Canadian. All right.
Tim Hortons.
Very
Do you know? I'll show you how Canadian I am. My best idea I ever came up with was to start a coffee chain to compete with Tim Hortons and call it Jim Morton.
I don't get it.
Yeah, imagine having a coffee shop instead of going to Tim Hortons, you're going to Jim Morton's.
Yeah, what's Tim Hortons?
Tim Hortons?
It's a coffee shop.
That's that's the coffee shop. Like that's...
No, I'll stick with.
Yeah, they have this in New York?
No, we don't have Tim Hortons in New York.
You heard of Starbucks?
Yeah, I'll stick to Starbucks.
Yeah, well, out here we don't think about no Starbucks. We think about Tim Hortons.
Okay.
All right.
That's right.
All right, next. Let's see. So then I had an India-Pakistan class this morning, and I had a list of what I was talking about. So I mentioned before some people got on here that you could convert to Judaism even though you're anti-Israel, okay? The truth is most rabbis probably won't convert you if you're very anti-Israel, but according to Jewish law, I guess it doesn't matter. I guess Satmar could convert you, or Total Sauron, or whatever. So it's not a given. So people don't hop in here thinking I'm going to dialogue about Palestine and Israel. Jewish dress, I was mentioning what the standards of sniut are in Judaism, for women at least, right? I guess Miss Rena could validate this or not. Skirts below the knees, shirts under the elbow. It depends how Haredi you are. Like if you want to throw some stockings on, I guess, I don't know. It depends how you determine, what's the word? Shok, right? There's a halakha, you have to cover the shok. It's like, some say it's the leg, some say it's the foot. Do you wear stockings, Rena? I don't know if that's too personal.
What did you ask?
Do you wear stockings?
Oh, no, I wear pants. I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I'm not religious anymore.
Right. Okay, fine. Right, but most Haredi girls, not in the Sephardi community though. Oh, I don't know. I mean, Haredim in the Sephardi community, like the women wear stockings. I'm pretty sure. All right. I mean, Ashkenazim for sure. And like the firmer you are, like the stocking cannot be sheer. All right. I mean,
they have a line in the back of their leg to show that they're wearing a stocking.
Right, but they also have to have a line of it. Okay, fine. I'm surprised the woman hasn't yelled at me for being and discussing.
I mean, it's funny because I told you, like, my sister's married to Hasidic, and she has like one of those shaitels that don't look like a shaitel. It looks like real hair. And she doesn't wear those lined stockings either. But she's pretty tzniut. I mean,
Yeah. No,
We do what we can.
I think it's trivial. In other words, there's certain laws, but doing what's called chumrot are, wasting a good life. Okay, all right, so we covered meat and dairy, Jewish dress, right? So we mentioned how kippas are optional for men. According to halacha, according to Jewish practice, it's part of the uniform. Talit katan optional. Talit gadol, this is controversial. We mentioned this before, optional. What's a Talmud? Hold on, we got someone. Oh, okay, I don't know if I want to let the person on. What's the Talmud, guys? So the Talmud is made up of the Mishnah and the Gemara. The Mishnah is the actual Torah Shabbal Peh. Really, I mean, if someone knew, I guess, if someone really wanted to go by straight halakha, all they had to go by is the Mishnah. But the thing is, sometimes we don't understand what the Mishnah is talking about, so we need the Gemara. The rabbis in the Gemara are called Amoraim. The rabbis in the Mishnah are called Tanaim. And the Amoraim explain what these Tanaim are saying, because they're essentially the students of the Tanaim. But really, the Mishnah stands alone as Torah Shabbal Peh. The Gemara is not Torah Shabbal Peh. The only way the rabbis in the Gemara could argue with rabbis in the Mishnah is by bringing other Mishnaic sources that didn't make it into the Mishnah. And these are called Baraitot. There's something called Toseftot, which are the binding portions of the Baraitot. And there's another section of the Baraitot called the Sifra, the Sifri, and the Mechilta. And this is what's called Midrashei Halacha. Okay. But I'm just going through the list here. Fine. Okay, so that's what the Talmud is. Jews don't walk around thinking that the whole Talmud was given at Mount Sinai. Jews don't walk around thinking that the whole Talmud is holy. There's some parts of the Talmud we go by and some parts of the Talmud that we don't go by. So if someone comes here and say that the Talmud says this and that about Gentiles, 9 out of 10 times, we don't really believe it. Only because it appears there doesn't mean that we hold by it. Okay, however, if it's something legal, like how do you keep Shabbat, how do you keep Yom Kippur, then in such an instance, we go by what's called the Masorah. Our traditional way of understanding which way the law goes, if it goes by, I don't know, Rabbi Eliezer, if it goes by Rabbi Akiva, that's how the Talmud functions. Next, Tanakh. What is Tanakh? Tanakh is a Catholic convention, people. As many people attack me for saying that. Why? Because Jews would never combine the book of the Torah alongside the prophets of the writings, lest someone start quoting the book of Isaiah as reverently as they quote the book of Exodus. Right? There's the Torah, a Sefer Torah. You walk into any synagogue, they have a Torah scroll, and then there's everything else. Nowadays, well, because the Catholics invented the notion of a codex, right, or the Romans did, which basically took the Jewish holy books and put them in one, the Jews had to give, sort of do the same thing, and they gave it the acronym Tanakh, which stands for Torah, Nevi'im, and Ketuvim. Right? But a Jew would never do that. This is why even in the time of Jesus, when he read from the scroll of Isaiah, it was a separate scroll. It wasn't just one book that started with Genesis. Okay, next. How do Jews relate to Jesus? As a Jew, do you have to hate Jesus? No, you do not. Do most Jews have a chip on their shoulder regarding Jesus and Christianity? Yes, they do. Do Jews over-embellish their relationship with Muslims? For some reason they do. I don't know why. I kind of take an opposite approach. I think I have more in common with Christians than I do with Muslims. In belief, in practice, I have more in common with Muslims. Okay, Islam. I consider Islam idolatry, and you should too. That's it. All right, next. We're moving fast today. Why is everyone so quiet? Guys, like and follow. Like and follow so we'll get more of the riffraff in here, and then we'll have something to talk about. Okay, in belief and everything we have more in common with Muslims. What are you saying? Yes.
Can we talk about this? Is it a halakha to wait to cut a boy's hair at 3 years old?
No. But you're talking about the whole practice of an abshirim. This is they say it's like the notion of orla. You know how you're not supposed to cut a tree for the first 3 years. You're not supposed to take fruit from it. That's what they say it's from. There's no halakha to do this. It's from the Zohar, I believe.
I've always felt bad because I cut my son's hair at 2, but it's good to know.
Yeah, no, when like my son, I didn't do this. I mean, I stood out, but who cares? I mean, because I'll explain it to them. The real practice comes from this, because the Chinese have a similar practice, and it's a practice in Europe. Because of the evil eye, there's this notion. I mean, it appears in other instances. But you're familiar with the Shalom Zachar?
Yeah.
Do you know why people do the Shalom Zachar?
No.
All right. So, a Shalom Zachar is the Shabbos before a child is going to get his bris, is going to be circumcised. They hold like minyanim in the house of the child to in some way ward off evil spirits that are trying to harm the child before they become, like they enter the covenant or whatever. So, I mean, they'll have like a meal and they'll have like a minyan there, like a whole prayer quorum, right? Like more than 10 men. And this is why they do it. In a similar fashion, there's an idea that the Yetzer Hara or anything, the Ayin Hara, whatever it could be, is trying to kill the child before the age of 3 because he's a Jewish male. So we fool the Ayin Hara, Yetzer Hara, whatever you want to call it, the Satan, shade them, to make them think that the child is actually a girl. And the practice wasn't just to grow the kid's hair, but to also dress them in dresses. It's the weirdest thing, and it crept in, and people still do it nowadays.
Sounds like a baptism.
What? I mean, like a baptism?
Like a baptism.
Why?
They dress them in
baptism? Oh no! No! Oh, for babies, you mean? Like the Catholic Church when they dunk them?
Yeah, but they dress them in a dress. And wait, but in the bris, we also dress the baby in a dress, like a white.
No, thing. I mean, it might be some sort of gown. I mean, just probably because it's easier to, whatever. I mean, there's a reason why strippers don't wear panties. So, in terms of a kid,
oh, what a great analogy.
Well, whatever, lahavdil. I mean, I have to explain it in a way that my audience understands. So excuse you for attacking my teaching style, young lady. Hold on one second. Here. All right. House of David, welcome.
Hello. For some reason, you're paused for me. I don't know why. Can't see you.
That's weird. Am I paused for anyone else?
It's short pause, but
yeah, you're paused for me also.
Yeah, but can you hear me? I mean, that's what matters. Anyway.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear.
All right, guys, come on.
All right.
I didn't understand what you said about the Tanakh. Can you repeat that?
So there's a prohibition in halakha to combine books into one, into like one scroll, let's say. Like a Torah scroll is only kosher if it's 5 books, sewn together to make a sefer Torah. So the idea of combining it alongside Ketuvim and Nevi'im, well, a Jew would never do that. And also, there's a halakha whether you're not supposed to put any book on top of the Torah. So there's a possibility that if you had a codex, like a book of today, and you flipped it upside down, you would have books on top of a chumash. So this is why Jews invented, Catholics invented the notion of putting all our holy books together alongside their books, right? And Jews sort of followed suit by having similar books, but they called it Tanakh.
But Tanakh is not like came before like Christianity. We have already,
the books of Tanakh.
Nevi'im, Ketuvim. It's not like some.
Yeah, but they existed.
Yeah. You mean like the acronym scrolls. Tanakh?
No. But they existed in separate.
Oh, you mean like Oh, okay. So putting them in one book.
Right.
Oh, okay. So, okay. I didn't understand you.
Yeah, no. I mean, Sefer Yeshayahu and all that stuff came before, for sure. Yeah.
No, I mean, but like, as in like Tanakh, as in like Torah, Nevi'im, Ketuvim, not in the same book, but like as are before that. Like
sure.
Knesset Agdolah put them already
right
into those groups.
Yeah. No, you mean like canonization. Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
the
I mean,
Anshkenaz at
as
the
in like,
Gedolah, I mean,
what is?
Ezra in particular, I mean, canonized most of the books. I mean, not all of them, but most of them. Yeah.
I mean, the finishing of the canonization of Nevi'im and Ketuvim. What is Nevi'im? What is Ketuvim? These names are from Knesset Agdola.
Yeah. You know, in the Talmud, it says that Rabbi Akiva was arguing for Sefer Yeheskel, for Shir Hashirim, and Kohelet, because they weren't going to include it. And this is when he said the thing that, you know, Shir Hashirim is like a poem between God and the Jewish people. And then they included it. Also, Megillas Esther was never accepted by Beit Shammai. You know, so it wasn't so set in stone, but they were special for sure because of Ezra, right? And the Anshe Knesset Gedolah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
So where do you live?
I live in Israel.
Where? Where in Israel?
In Samaria.
Where?
I don't go too specific here on this app, but
I mean, it's not.
I can tell you now.
You know, I lived. I mean, not in the Shomron, but I was in Binyamin because I lived in Kohav Shazma.
I live in the Shomron, like not. You know, you have Judea, Binyamin, Samaria. I live in Samaria.
Well, so you're by Ginot, by Kfar Saba.
Yeah, kind of, yeah, exactly.
All right. I mean, it's no secret. I mean, your life is more danger just living there instead of just saying it on TikTok. But very nice. Yeah, no, my ex-wife was from Ginot Shomron. You know, hometown of Moshe Feiglin, actually. You know, and, and Karkilia, what was it? Karkilia is its name?
Kalkilia,
yeah. I mean, that's also Kfar Saba right there. Yeah, so I live next to Taibe, or I used to live next to Rimonim and Taibe, which is probably, I mean, it's a lot closer. It's like 45 minutes from Yerushalayim, 45 minutes. So Taibe is an Arab Palestinian village where they make beer. It's the only Palestinian beer they make. And it's run by Christians.
They have Christians over there in Taibe, I think.
Yeah, Christians, yeah. But that's one downside.
But there's another place, Kfar Yasif. They also have I think it's a winery, or I don't know what they make alcohol there. Anyways.
Oh, interesting.
Kfar Yasif.
Interesting.
Also in the north. Probably Nazareth also they have, but not that.
Because of Christians, yeah, there's a lot of Christians. Well, Nazareth, I don't know. Yeah, interesting. Okay, all right. So you're like, like you're Dati Leumi, and you're Satmar. What are you?
You can say I come from a Dati Leumi home. I don't know what to define myself as.
Yeah.
I'm more Masorti, maybe. Dati Leumi, yeah.
Very nice.
So, I saw your title also. You're saying that people can become Jewish, and stuff like that. What's that all about?
I mean, most Israelis appreciate it.
Yeah, people can become Jewish, but
and they could all move to Israel and help you fight against terrorists. It's true. I mean, the more Jews, the better, no?
I'm afraid of something like that being once you say anybody can become Jewish, it's something like make it like an invitation. Maybe the process of who actually wants to be Jewish, there'll be a problem there.
Well, I'm telling people
it's not going to be done right.
So I'm telling people to go to their local synagogue and to ask their local Orthodox rabbi that they want to convert. That means it's not necessarily done by me, so it doesn't really matter. You know, I mean, it's up to the rabbi. So I think most conversion programs.
Orthodox?
Yeah, Orthodox. Yeah, so most conversions take about a year, and I'm not telling anyone to make it easier or anything. I just don't want people to be mistreated. And if the person's sincere, I mean, I think after a year, it should prove that the person's sincere, no?
Yeah. If they keep it, if they keep the process as it is, today I have no problem with it. But what am I afraid of? And I think this is the reason why we usually don't invite people to become Jewish, or at least traditionally, is because like it's supposed to. That's one of the parts making it harder. That's one of the parts that only the people that actually want to be Jewish will go through the process.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know where the disconnect is. I'm letting people know.
I'm
it's
afraid of
possible.
what's happening in the U.S. right now.
Yeah.
You know, with what's happening with the Reform communities, basically making the conversion more and more, making the conversion process become nothing, basically, and nothing to do even with Judaism.
It's not easy to convert Reform either. I mean, but they don't do conversions 1, 2, 3. It's.
I think now, like from stories that I've seen, people are like conversions online, conversions with like in a few weeks without even knowing like the most basic things. I've talked to somebody that said that he converted through Reform. It was horrible.
Okay, so let's find some common ground here.
I'm afraid of.
Well, so you believe it's okay to let people know that it's possible, and even to encourage them to be serious about it and love God to such an extent that they would want to convert, but you just don't want it to be watered down, and you just want to make sure that they're tested to make sure that they're sincere. So apart from that, you're okay with encouraging people to enter that process?
I don't know about letting people know.
You know,
letting people
it sounds
know.
Like you're finding 3 different ways to say that you don't accept it. But
no. What I'm saying is, letting people know that they can become Jewish is one thing. Encouraging, like trying to convince people to become Jewish, is another.
Okay, so what's the
issue?
Is
that what I'm saying?
So like, what's the issue?
If you wanna, yeah.
So what's the issue with encouraging someone? I mean, to convert for the right reasons. What's the issue with that? I mean, you believe in kiruv, right?
What's the point?
I mean, what's the point of someone who has a Jewish mother, someone like who's chiloni, to, I don't know, like to become a chozer b'tshuva? Like, what's the point of that?
Because he's already like a part of Am Israel.
Yeah, but
he's already.
So if someone,
he is already a Jew.
Okay. So
if he wants to, if he doesn't want to, he's a Jew.
According to halakha, if someone doesn't know about mitzvot, then he's not liable for breaking those mitzvot. I mean, he's not liable. I mean, if someone doesn't know that you're not allowed to be mechalel Shabbat, I mean, it doesn't count against him, right? When you tell him you should be keeping this and you should be keeping that, then you're making that person liable, just like you'd be making a Gentile liable by encouraging them to become Jewish. So either way, you're making people's lives difficult. Right?
Yeah, but
it's sort of like when somebody comes to you and they have all these notions about Judaism and you educate them what Judaism really is that proselytizing, or are you really just educating them what it is and showing them what it means to be Jewish, or what it's like to be Jewish?
Right. Regardless is a form of lifnei iver, of putting a stumbling block before that person, because you automatically made that person's life harder. So just like, there was no obligation. I mean, that guy could have just stayed, not knowing anything about Judaism, but you took it upon yourself because you felt that it's better for him to live like a kosher Jew than not. I feel the same way, that every time I see a Gentile, it's better for them to learn the mitzvot, appreciate Judaism for what it is, and to convert. Now, they don't have to listen to me, right? I mean, I'm not telling them that they're going to go to hell if they do it, But for our sake, it's better if we have more Jews, right? It's by the simple fact that we have to share this planet with other people. It just makes more sense. And that, I mean, there's a medrash. It says, "Who's the hero of heroes? He who makes an enemy into a friend," right? And that's what we're doing theologically. It makes sense, people. It makes sense. I don't know why people like fight against it. It's such a good idea that we do it with Zionism all the time. You guys are on this app debating the truth versus false notions against Zionism. Why? Clearly, because it benefits
I
you.
don't want people to become Israeli.
No, forget about Israeli.
That's not what I'm looking for.
Why? Why not?
I don't want people to become Israeli. I just want people to understand Israel's point of view. Like, I would be okay with people, everybody in the world, but that is the point. At the end of the day, all of the people in the world recognizing Hashem.
Yeah, but put Israel
believing
aside
in
a second, and
Hashem.
educating people about Judaism and its values and ethics is not, you can't, it's not like you're going around saying, "Hey, Jesus loves you, come to church today," or "Here's a pamphlet, come to church today." You're just like, okay, I'll tell you a story. So if you've ever heard of this basketball player named Amari Stoudemire, he used to believe in the whole BHI notion and do all these things. What did he do? He went and educated himself on what Judaism really is. He went and got the truth, right? So if we just spread information and show people what Judaism really looks like without all the messy stuff that's already all over the place, it's better for us. We show them Judaism's ethics, more people will be wanting to come into it genuinely. Right now, people are under the impression that we don't accept converts and this is a closed religion. And that's not right.
I don't think that's the problem with Judaism. We're not a religion, really. Like, this notion that Judaism is a religion is kind of a
religion
thing.
Okay, there's two ways
We're
to look
not
at
a
it.
religion.
There's the outsider's perspective.
Judaism is
where does it say? Where does it say?
People are a
Yahdut
tribe
is
and
that?
Wait, listen to me. In today's day, Judaism in itself is considered a religion. It's the religion that the Jewish people keep. Technically, in modern times, it is a religion. Back then, when religion wasn't a thing,
exactly.
it was only culture, of course. But today, it is a religion.
Yeah. So there's the
nowhere in
outsider's
the Torah does it say you can't educate a Gentile on Judaism.
Yeah, that's not a problem. I just don't see the point like, because I don't see also Judaism as a religion. That's a point that I want Jews that are uneducated and are disconnecting from Judaism. It's basically, to me, it seems like somebody that is disconnecting from their history, from their culture, from their self. So I want to bring them back. But somebody that is not Jewish, if they don't want to become part of the tribe, then, like, by themselves, I don't see a reason to convince them to become part of the tribe.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard for anyone to come to anything on their own. I mean, they have to be introduced to it somehow. No.
So this is what I'm saying. When you say you can become Jewish, that I don't have any problem with. Like, but to kind of like convince people you should become Jewish, here's why you should become Jewish, and stuff like that, that is
all right. So then,
where
I didn't say that, by the way. I mean, I don't believe that everyone should become Jewish. There's some people that I do not want to become Jewish, but I think that it's an option if someone is serious about it, for sure. I mean, don't you think the world would be a better place, like, if we had more ethical Jews in the world?
What's an ethical Jew?
I mean, a Jew who submits himself at least to the ethical portions of the Torah. Come on, man. I mean, this is not a hard question. you know,
no, sure, but you don't need to be you don't need to be you don't need to be a Jew to do that.
I know. No,
you can do that without being a Jew.
Okay, so is there anything wrong with Christianity?
Like from
any perspective?
Yes.
Okay, is there anything wrong with Islam?
Yes.
Okay, so wouldn't it be for those people to become sincere Torah-keeping Jews than to remain Muslims or Christians? Even for the Jewish sake. I mean, for selfish reasons, you should want it because it'll be safer for your kids, no? It's weird that we call Christianity Avodah Zarah and Islam, you know, they call Muhammad Majnun, right? But at the same time, we don't want the followers to join our religion. You know, it's like, I mean, so what do we want?
We want them to
just leave us
recognize Hashem. And
so we want them to leave us alone. Okay, if you don't impact the world, they're going to impact you.
I remember Rambam writes something about Christianity and Islam, but he writes that this is basically a stepping stone.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, to what?
For Acharit Yamim.
I don't. Well,
kind of.
What you mean, like Yemot HaMashiach more?
Yeah.
So I mean, the Rambam also. Well, I don't expect you to know this Rambam, but there's a tshuva. He says that we're allowed to teach Torah to Mamish. He says notzrim to bring them to our. I mean, he says datenu. You know, so I mean, he himself calls it a dat. So it is it's just a good idea. I'm not telling people it's an obligation to do it. Okay, but right now there's so many people who love Judaism and don't know anything about it. And the average Muslim doesn't even know you could convert to Judaism. And the average person who converts to Islam would probably convert to Judaism if it was offered to them first. And we make it so hard anyways that we make sure that the people are sincere after they convert. So what's the big deal? Regardless, it's a win-win, right?
That I agree with. Do you know Nissim Black?
Yeah, I know who he is.
So he converted to Islam, and then he learned about Judaism, and he converted to Judaism.
Right.
Actually, he was born in Islam. He converted to Christianity and then to Judaism.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Oh,
I don't think Islam. I think he was born into Nation of Islam, NOI.
Yeah. His
is
father was
Nation
of
Islam. Jews. That's not particular. It's a Christian group. They pray in church and they believe that Ashkenazi Jews are satanic, or I don't know what.
Who?
I think Nation of Islam is as much Islam as the BHI Jews. Yeah.
Right. No,
I have a little problem with my internet. I'm gonna drop and come back up.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah,
I know. They're fake. Nation of Islam is just like BHI. They're people who take somebody else's religion and change it.
I mean, is it me? Or like Nissim Black is not really such a good rapper. As someone who appreciates secular music, I don't know. There was this Israeli rap group, like in the 90s, or was it in early 2000s? You remember Sublime? No, I mean Subliminal. You remember that? Never?
The rapper?
Yeah, Subliminal.
Yeah.
Now that's good rap. You know, Nissim Black sort of sucks. I mean, he gets a pass because he's black.
There's a new rapper that's actually Jewish. What's his face? BLP Kosher. Oh my God, he's awesome.
I thought you were talking Little Dicky. He's Jewish too.
No, BLP Kosher is right out of Miami's hood.
He's really? Great. That's interesting.
He went pretty viral, yeah. He raps about being Jewish and stuff.
Coordinate work of. Here, look, I'm going to put on that song. I'm from Subliminal with Sarit Haddad.
What happened to him? Why doesn't he rap anymore? Is he old? You just unlocked crazy memories, by the way.
You know, he's like tattooed up for like, I mean, for a Jewish guy, it's a lot of tattoos, but I don't know if it is for, let's see.
I mean, all of them though. Ayal Golan also.
תפגיש בינינו ואותי תציל חוזיל אני לא מתאים לו שלמטה איש אותי לא משפיל אחותי זה לא הגיל זה התרגיל
Hi. Good song.
So there's Jewish girls twerking on this video. It's so funny. Anyways, I mean, it's probably like the best Israeli rap song ever. But of course, these guys aren't religious.
I don't think
Nah.
Stefan Lagar is not Jewish, right?
Stefan Lagar is not Jewish, no. He's
But he's a great musician. I like him.
Ooh, he's very good.
Yeah, I love him. So a bunch of Israeli celebrities, they made a song. I posted it on my main page. It's called Katan Alenu. Oh my God, they did really well on it. Everybody was on it. Omer Adam, Eden Zaken, Steven. What's his name? Eden Hassan. Really good song.
He is good. Eden Hassan is very good.
Yeah.
All right, well, House of David, like we need for you to like open a conversion wing, like for the Arabs where you live. So just like
oh my God,
you take a caravan,
he's joking.
like a house of conversion, whatever in a caravan. They had a program in Israel to convert Arabs, like Palestinians, and I heard that one of them was trying to get close to Rabbi Vadi Yosef to kill him, and they like they shut down the whole program. So yeah, I mean it's not easy.
This is the problem.
Did you hear about
exactly.
the girl in my community who married a guy?
Yes, I know the guy. Right, so
I know the girl. She was in my class. She just got remarried though.
Right. No, they just got divorced.
Crazy
No, they
story.
actually married. I mean, the guy's nuts because I spent a Shabbos with him in Machlis. I don't know, like in Jerusalem, there's this guy that
did he really get a conversion or he was playing games?
No, so it's interesting. Out of nowhere, I mean, he found out that he had Jewish blood out of nowhere. And then he had two rabbis sign off that his family's really Jewish. And that's how she was able to marry him. His name is, what's his name? Iliad, what's his name? But he's nuts. The guy's nuts. And
but she found passports and stuff, and he lied like with the different names.
The Lebanese guy.
And,
yeah.
So the girl,
yeah.
was in my. I was in the same class as her from kindergarten all the way to 12th grade. What? Yeah.
But how did it end? It ended with him converting.
So she ended up. So literally, like a month or 2 weeks after the wedding, she was going through his stuff. She found passports with different names, like a Arab Lebanese name. She told her parents. They got suspicious and they started like asking around. It was really weird because in my community, the Syrian rabbis are very strict with background checks. Like my sister married outside of the community. She married a Hasidic, Klosenberg. They still spoke to many different people that know the family to make sure, that.
Wasn't he in yeshiva?
So apparently he landed somewhere in Texas. Apparently Chabad vouched for, but he didn't tell the girl he was a convert. And the problem with that is my community doesn't do weddings with Jews and converts. We don't do it until the third or second generation, like the grandchild, and then we allow the marriage. So the rabbis, the family was very, very, very stunned. Like he lied about everything, so it was weird.
But how did he get into the yeshiva in the first place?
I don't know. He literally just came to the community, started walking into shuls, and because he speaks Arabic, we speak Arabic in my community, so it's not like weird to see someone with an Arabic accent in my community, because a lot of young guys in 30s, they came here when they were 10 years old, they have a slight accent. So it wasn't weird to anybody. And also a lot of Arabs look like us. Like we look
but
like
how do you know
everything?
What to do, all of the customs,
apparently
all
he
of the
studied everything with
nuances.
Chabad. Apparently he knew everything, like he was speaking Hebrew, he was praying. But someone said like
How do
the
you
way
learn
he spoke
that?
Hebrew was very weird. Like people were a little suspicious, but they didn't say anything. And it
Guys,
was weird.
I gotta speak over her because I've been like deputized. I've had to protect people. Like being alive is crazy, and I would like to become Jewish.
Okay. All right, keep on.
Thanks.
All right. Well,
I'm trying to eat my
we have
popcorn.
right. We have our latest member, like of our organization here, House of David. I mean, he's going to vet you. So, ask him questions, House of David, to see he's worthy.
I can't decide anything like that. All I can say is, how'd you hear about Judaism?
I always thought because Jesus is Jewish, and for me, I know like if it's like nobody knows his name, so we don't get our prayers answered and all that. And I think that he probably wouldn't want to come back. But just to say, I would love to like meet somebody out of my culture, like where I'm exactly just somewhere else. I think that would be great, and that's respectful.
Okay, that's it. I'm convinced. Let's convert. No, I'm
so,
kidding. This is not a good example. Like what I do.
I'm the one that tells you no 3 times in this group.
One of the things, one of the basic things you should know is, in Judaism, we don't like Jesus doesn't have any special place. Definitely not God, but not any other special relevance in Judaism. He is not anything really in Judaism. Just another Jew that lived 2,000 years ago.
I just bought this new harmonica, so I'm going to just.
All right. I mean, this guy didn't help my case. I mean, guys, just ignore that. That's not the average person who comes to convert. I mean,
Look what you did, Asher.
No, I know. I'm sorry.
You just have fakes.
All right. I mean, I rather, I'll take one crazy guy, like if I'm able to bring in 20 normal people. That's probably not the right ratio, but whatever. What are you going to do? Here, look, by the simple fact that you could be born Jewish, I mean, shows that we're not too picky, okay? So.
I have a question. Have you had any Muslim guy actually go through the process and actually, or is in the process of converting right now?
I've converted former black Muslims, but I've never converted, like an Arab Muslim. I've never. I mean, in India, we've converted hundreds of people, and they were all born Christian, for some reason. I mean, Muslims are. Yeah, I mean, it's as hard to convert a Muslim as it is to get an atheist Jew, to do tshuva.
How much do you know about Islam?
Sorry.
What?
How much do you know about Islam?
I mean, I know the macro talking points. I mean, I'm able to make my point how Judaism is superior without, knowing too much about it.
This is the thing, like as somebody that, I don't want to say that I know, I'm an expert on Islam, but studied Islam for years. I can say that it's basically, it's one of the worst things that you can do is to become Jewish.
Oh, right. I mean, from Islam. Coming from Islam.
Like I would say for the average Christian, talking about today, these days, is maybe something, but it's not. They don't consider us the same way. Most Christians today don't see us the same way as most Muslims see us today.
I don't think converting somebody in Islam should be any kind of goal or even a target. We have, the people in Islam who are actually like good Muslims. They're already doing God's work. We don't need to go after them. We have the atheist crowd that's actually a problem to the world. That's who should be the target. Like people who actually are not beneficial and who could become beneficial by becoming religious.
You're only going to convince the ignorant. What's the Sahaba? Oh, the Sahaba is I think it's a Muslim drink. I'm just kidding. The Sahaba are the companions of Muhammad.
No, the Shahada is.
He's asking about
Shahada. I read that wrong. The Shahada is the basically the way that you convert into Islam. It's the saying that they say not only then, they said in other occasions, but that is their one of their pillars of faith. Believing that Allah is the only God and Muhammad is his messenger.
Yeah, but again, I think that's the wrong audience. I don't think that should be in any way who the target audience is for becoming Jewish. The target audience is people who don't have a relationship with God, who don't keep laws, who are just living a random life.
That I think is the target audience of any religion. And I think it's much easier for somebody, really. This is why you would see somebody becoming Christian or Muslim way before they would become Jewish, because being Jewish is hard.
Fault. No, it's our fault. It's because we don't tell people. Like majority of people in the world don't even know that it's possible to become Jewish, and it's our fault.
Listen, if I was a Gentile, and I would have these, basically all I wanted would be some relationship with a higher power. Judaism would probably not be high on my list because it's hard. It's hard to be an observant Jew. It's very hard. It's much, much easier to be a Christian or a Muslim. A Christian, definitely.
I don't think it's harder to be Muslim. It's pretty similar, and as far as the amount of work required.
No, it's much harder to be an observant Jew. Much, much harder to be an observant Jew.
I'm not talking about being observant like a Hasidic. I'm talking about normal
Orthodox. Yeah, that's what I was.
If you're
exactly
not,
what I was gonna say. You
if
don't
you're
have
not
to be
keeping,
ultra Orthodox to be accepted by Hashem. Like,
and not even being ultra Orthodox, just keeping Taryag mitzvot is much harder than anything that you need to do as a Muslim or as a Christian.
Me as a Jew, it's hard for me to do things, but when someone's looking for a religion, they're looking to do these things. You know what I mean? So I would say like a lot of people, either they go, when they convert to Judaism, either they fully like go into it or they just leave.
I mean, honestly, keeping the normal traditional halacha is not that hard.
You say that as somebody.
It's not hard if you live amongst other Jews. Like if you live in a Jewish
but that's
community,
what you should be doing.
Hard.
But you should be
if you're
living
by
amongst other
yourself
Jews.
and you have to like, it's very hard. I think, especially
how is it not hard? Wake up, Modani, Netilat Yadayim.
Yeah.
So many brachot just between you waking up and you leaving your house.
I think your expectation is to be like Hasidic frum, which is very different.
What, brachot are not part
not
of
so
the...
many. They have like double.
Are we really not going to say a lot of men don't have like hardships? Like Jewish men have hardships waking up and putting tefillin. A lot of them do. It is hard.
Yes, but they are already Jewish. They are born born Jewish.
I'm agreeing with you, David. I'm agreeing that it's hard. It's a hard religion. Like Jews themselves have a hard time keeping everything. Like there's always things to work on, of course, but I think it's a very big culture shock to go from, waking up and going and get a bacon, egg, and cheese from the deli, and then, you have to switch up to a totally different diet. You have to change the way you dress. You have to change the way you do everything in life. It is hard, but I don't
People
know.
like hard. I mean, this is why people become Jehovah's Witnesses. You know how annoying it must be to go to people's door at I don't know, like 6 a.m, or nobody wants to do that. That's a lot harder than waking up to put on tefillin, and whatever. This is why the type of Judaism I teach is so much easier than regular modern day Judaism, and it's not reform. If you go by Judaism only according to the Rambam, it's so much easier. I mean, you don't have to say all the brachas in the morning, because according to, I mean, it's not just Rambam. I mean, Shulchan Aruch does the same thing. It's an Ashkenazi practice that you say all the brachas beforehand. According to Halakha, you're only supposed to say the bracha as you're actually doing something. Like you say, whatever, Shelo Asani Isha, when you see a woman, right? I mean, you're supposed to, I mean, it's as you're doing the actual practice. The Ashkenazim had a practice to say all the brachas in the morning, even when you weren't doing it. So, I mean, it becomes like a bracha levatala. But
wait, if I open up a Yemenite siddur right now, we don't have that?
Of course. Yeah, no, it doesn't list all the brachas at once. You're supposed to say the bracha for the rooster crowing when you hear the rooster. I mean, that's how brachot work. But Ashkenazim changed it. And also, like, the first thing you say is Namo De'ani. It's Elokai Neshama. I mean, Ashkenazim changed everything. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you go by the more... The what?
So I was going to say, what you're missing when you're saying it's hard, it's only hard if in your mind this is a burden to you, right? People could say that going on a diet is hard, or going to the gym is hard, or any of those things. They're only hard as if you don't want to do it and it's a burden to you.
Exactly.
If it's something that's part of your life that you're convinced that is a good thing, then it's not hard. It's a normal process of your daily life.
You hit the nail on the head right there. Exactly my point is you have to want it. Once you want it, it's not like, and I hear it from converts all the time, but they don't see it they see it as a privilege. I get to wake up and put on tefillin and go to shachrit. I have this privilege to do this, and this is what I hear from converts, and that's how I feel like, oh my God, look,
But they have to know it's possible. That's the thing. Most people will convert if they're deeply religious Christians who are losing their faith in Christianity would convert to Orthodox Judaism in a heartbeat and keep everything, because they really, really love Hashem. All right, but if they don't know it's possible, they just end up becoming Muslim. All right, it's not fun. I mean, to be Muslim, really. I mean, to be like a frum Muslim with like a red beard and fast during Ramadan, and especially if you're a woman, to wear a hijab. At least like an Orthodox girl could put a sheitel on and it'll still look somewhat normal. But I mean, it's and more like Haredi forms of Islam with like the niqab and stuff like that. Are you kidding me? I mean, Orthodoxy, at least modern Orthodoxy, is like so much easier. I mean, you said
you should walk around Geula. You would see some women walking around.
Yeah, with burqas. Yeah, but that's rare. In Beit Shemesh,
again, you're talking about ultra Orthodox. Like they're crazy.
This is not even ultra Orthodox. This is something else. We call it Taliban women.
Right, the Beit Shemesh, like in Meir Sharim and in Geula, like some women cover their whole face. Whatever. What are you gonna do? Your modest is the hottest. But anyways,
but
that's it.
That's the point, right?
You've convinced me to put a skirt on.
You know what, Asher? I actually had a question to you about that, because I think the prohibition on the pants for women comes from the command that men and women should not dress in each other's clothing, right?
That's not really where it comes from. Because even Rabbi Asher Meza says that a woman could wear pants that are for women. I mean, it's just cultural. It's just in Yemen, like Temanim, like the girls would wear pants under their skirts. It was part of their clothing, like these pants under their skirts. And even in Israel nowadays, in December, like the women wear pants on their skirts. I mean, it's not an issue with pants. It's just like the uniform nowadays. Also, like in the
So that's what I
kibbutzim,
mean. So that's what I was gonna ask. So I was gonna ask. So then, like, wouldn't it make sense that, like, because there's nowadays pants are not men's clothing; it's a unisex clothing.
But there's so many more laws that we could change that are more important, but that we don't change.
I know. Just say from that perspective.
Yeah, I mean, no, there's some skirts that are way less modest than some pants, for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, just
like to me, like we should start with electricity on Shabbos, and that's a much bigger case.
Kofed.
You're going to destroy Shabbat if you do that.
See, there you go.
You're destroying the essence of Shabbat if you do that.
It's not Shabbatic.
No,
like,
is it not?
No, I'm not saying that. Shabbat? No, hold on. I don't use I keep that thing, but I know that this is just a mincha. I know that it's not like actual thing, but it is what it is.
He means ubdin lechol, like right? Is that what you mean? Something you do during the week or something?
So it's not like we don't use electricity. You know, the Samaritans in their, what their Shabbat looks like? Nothing. No electricity, no lights, no heat, nothing. And that's like, okay, that's not the meaning. Use electricity, but not in a way that you destroy the essence of Shabbat. Like, okay, heat your food, but you agree to. Yeah, but you can't just say, okay, electricity is fine. It's not something that, go drive your electric car.
It sounds like you're too firm for us here. I mean, you're like, it's true. It's true.
Listen. I go by what Ben Gurion said. I am not Orthodox. I don't go to synagogue, but the synagogue that I don't go to is Orthodox.
Interesting. Yeah. So I mean, it's a halakha. I mean, to have what's called oneg Shabbat. So sometimes, if it's enjoyable for you to do it and it's going to bring some joy to your life, okay. I mean, I know some people who leave the TV on Shabbos. Right? I mean, that's not. I mean, there's no real sur. Yeah, but you could say it's not Shabbostic. But that's subjective also, because with Shabbostic for one person, maybe.
Well, I was gonna with that point, to me, why I have where I see issues with it is we have many Jews who live outside of community and don't have access to community, and having access to internet, they could do like Shabbos Live or Holiday Live, online with other people when they can't access them in any other way, and that would be a great benefit. But we don't do stuff like that, and it's a detriment from that perspective of looking at it.
This is the thing. Why? Because Judaism is not supposed to be you're not supposed, as a Jew, you're not supposed to live away from the community.
I agree.
Judaism is like that because you're supposed to be in the community. And Judaism is like that because you're supposed to be in Eretz Israel.
But not everyone can do it. Maybe. I live in Jewish community, but not everyone can do it. It's not easy,
Yes, Judaism is not easy.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not easy to just pick up and move. It's not everyone has that. That's a privilege to be able to afford to just pick up and move wherever you want.
What I say to people that say that to me is, I look at my grandparents going from Europe to the land of Israel here when nothing was here. Today you come to Israel, you come to a first world country with one of the strongest economies in the world and a lot of places to work and high tech and everything and
I think you're exaggerating, but okay.
Pretty much. No.
I said you're exaggerating. It's not a first world country with the amazing economy. Let's be honest.
These are the facts. We have one of the we are top 20 GDP per capita in the world.
Yeah, but all that money is in the hands of 1%.
No.
Majority of Israelis are poor, right? We shouldn't argue about that.
No, majority of Israelis are not poor. Majority of Israelis have go abroad at least once a year, live pretty good lives. Majority of Israelis.
Okay. I don't want to have that debate.
We make on the median salary in Israel is pretty good. We have also high cost of living here, which is another problem. But the salaries in Israel are pretty good.
But like let's be honest, Israel, people who live there, they don't even live paycheck to paycheck. They live in a negative account, like somebody's there saying, which is true. Everyone's living in the negative, and they go on vacations, but they're living in complete negative. Like they owe
That's not true.
tens of thousands to the state.
That's not true. Like some yes, probably a lot of people do live in a minus in the bank, but no, not. This is not like something that is so commonplace, like living paycheck to pay. Maybe people live paycheck to paycheck because they also spend a lot. Like you can live paycheck to paycheck when you're poor and all you're buying is food and paying rent, or you live paycheck to paycheck because you have the latest iPhone and your closet is filled with what's it called? All of the best mutagim. What's it called in English?
Anyway, that wasn't the point. The point was the point was that it's for majority of people, it's not that easy to just move into a Jewish community. That was the only point I was trying to make.
So what I'm telling you is, you either move now when it's comfortable, or you move later, running away.
Okay.
You're a real Kahanist. Yeah.
Listen, I just read this book about the Jewish community in Germany prior to World War II. And it is crazy to see everybody in the highest positions, the German Jewish soldiers in World War II, and even before that, fighting against Napoleon. With they're more German than German. So many integrated completely into German society, even become completely secular. But people they don't know something about their Judaism, and from that they got to what we saw in World War II. Okay, so.
All right,
and
guys.
you can read this is something specific about Germany, but this is in every other place.
Got it.
Nagid in
like I'm ending the live. It's getting late. Thank you, everybody. Follow the host, and until next time. Thank you, House of David. Thank you, Rena, Reuven. Thank you.
Good night.
Very interesting. Thank you, Rabbi Asher.
All right, be well. Thank you.